no-fly zone. Imagine standing at the edge of the Grand Canyon, feeling the warm sun on your face as you gaze at the vast, winding chasm below. You hear the wind rustle through the pinyon pines, and a raven circles above, its call echoing against the towering cliffs. Now, picture a sign taped to a boulder nearby that reads, "No-fly zone, restricted airspace." You look up and see no planes, no tourists in kayaks far below, nothing except the vast silence. It's as if someone carved out a slice of the sky itself and said, "You can't go here." That moment of sudden, unspoken mystery can send a tiny chill down your spine. You feel both drawn in and shut out, wondering, what's really hidden in that space? Have you ever stood somewhere beautiful and felt a door slam in front of you? If so, share where you were in the comments below. Let's see who else has felt that uneasy pull of being kept away. It's easy to think of the Grand Canyon as a place you can explore freely. Hiking trails, river trips, and helicopter tours are all on the tourist map. But there's one part of this majestic landscape that normal visitors are never allowed to see from the sky. No matter how powerful your camera, how skilled your pilot, or how curious you are, federal regulations draw an invisible line. You cannot fly into certain airspace above the canyon's north rim. The government calls it a special use airspace or restricted zone. But to most of us, that sounds like a fancy way of saying, hands off. The official reason is simple: safety for the people below. But when you stop and wonder why only that sliver of sky needs extra protection, you begin to notice how little sense it makes. After all, people hike steep, rocky trails at risk of falling. They raft wild rapids that swallow kayaks in seconds. Yet a thin strip of air, invisible and silent, inspires more questions than any dangerous drop or roaring river. Think about a regular day when you're studying for an exam or catching a cold. You accept that missing a question or sneezing through a meeting is part of life. But imagine if someone said you could never open a certain textbook page, or you had to sit far from the window because the sun might give you extra energy. You'd feel puzzled. Why single out that page? Why block that light? That same confusion arises when we learn that pilots must submit special flight plans and get federal clearance just to peek through clouds that hover over hidden cliffs. It's like banning umbrellas in the rainstorm, unexpected and hard to justify. Yet that no-fly zone hangs over the Grand Canyon as if pointing to a secret we aren't supposed to see. Sometimes life's simplest moments teach us the most. You know how you might let your thoughts wander while washing dishes, noticing how the suds swirl down the drain, or how you wake up before sunrise and feel the quiet world stretching out beneath your window. Those gentle experiences remind us how small and fragile we are. Now imagine seeing a helicopter approaching those forbidden cliffs, outfitted not in bright colors but painted matte black, slipping in and out like a shadow. No cheerful rotor blades, no tourist chatter, just a silent machine patrolling a place you'll never explore. That contrast between the everyday and the forbidden can feel eerie. It invites you to ask, who decided this should be off limits? What could be so important that no plane, no drone, no curious camera can cross that line? Curiosity often starts with a simple question: why? In school, you might have asked why water boils at a certain temperature or why the sky changes colors at sunset. In relationships, you ask, why did you say that? Or why do I feel this way? These questions help us build understanding and connect with one another. Yet when you ask, why can't I fly over that part of the Grand Canyon? The answer is vague. Safety. But whose safety? Tourists are safe on trails. Pilots are trained for mountain flying. So why does the government specifically protect that patch of sky? When explanations feel thin, our minds spiral into the unknown. We start to imagine secret research labs, lost artifacts buried beneath sandstone, or ancient murals that map out a civilization no one talks about anymore. The gap between the official story and our wandering thoughts becomes a playground for the wildest possibilities. This little mystery of restricted airspace also opens the door to bigger questions about how we build trust and what we accept as true. We live in a world where some information is classified, top secret, need to know, government only. Yet we're also told to question authority, seek truth, and stay curious. When we see fences, locks, or off-limits signs, our natural reaction is to peek over the edge. We peek because we want to know what lies behind the curtain, whether it's a hidden lab, a forgotten tomb, or simply a canyon cliff so unstable that it could collapse at any moment. That tension between what we're told and what we feel sparks a deeper reflection. How much do we really know about the places we visit? How much do we trust the information handed to us? And how often do we wonder about the stories that slip through the cracks? In a way, this no-fly zone is like a mirror, reflecting our own fears and desires. It reminds us that the world still holds mysteries, even as satellites map every square inch of our planet. It reminds us that some things resist the digital age. No zoom, no cheat, no sneak peek allowed. And maybe that's the point. We live in a time where answers are a click away, yet certain questions remain stubbornly unanswered. When that happens, we feel a mix of thrill and unease. We feel drawn to the unknown, but also cautious, like we might stumble into something bigger than us. That feeling is universal, whether you're tracking a rare bird, exploring a new town, or simply driving on a road with a dead-end sign. The forbidden beckons, and part of us wants to obey, while another part leans forward and whispers, "Just one more step." If you've ever felt that pull toward a lock you can't open, share your story below. Maybe you tried to check out a members-only section on a website, only to get redirected. Or perhaps you saw a door marked, "Staff only in a museum," and wondered what treasures were behind it. By sharing your moments of forbidden curiosity, we build a community of wanderers, a place where questions are welcomed and respect for boundaries coexists with a hunger to learn. After all, every time someone speaks up and says, "I'm curious, and I respect that I might never know the full answer," they become part of a bigger conversation about trust, knowledge, and respect for the places we hold dear. Before we delve deeper into this mystery, take a moment to hit that like button if you've ever felt the pull of a no-entry sign. Subscribe for more stories that tiptoe on the edge of mystery and wonder. And if you haven't already, ring the bell to get notified whenever we post new videos. There's so much more ahead about hidden corners of our world and the secrets they keep. As you settle into this calm, take a deep breath. Notice how the air feels against your skin. You may not be at the Grand Canyon right now, but you share in that moment of quiet awe. Picture once more a helicopter's shadow disappearing behind a swirling cloud, leaving only the red rock cliffs and the deep silence. Feel how that silence hums with possibilities. And remember, sometimes the greatest discoveries begin not with answers, but with a simple, gentle question. Why? In this gentle space of thought and wonder, we'll explore not only what lies beyond those cliffs, but what lies within ourselves, our need to understand, our respect for limits, and our shared journey toward curiosity and meaning. Next time, we'll walk the dusty rim trails, listen for the faint hum of helicopters, and gather every thread of local lore, ancient rumor, and modern science to see what picture emerges. But for now, rest in this quiet question. What's down there that no one wants you to see? Your journey has only just begun. Forbidden Cave. Imagine hiking through the dry heat of the Grand Canyon, your feet dusty, your water bottle nearly empty, when someone you trust leans in and quietly says, "There's a cave nearby filled with strange things, ancient objects, carvings no one can explain, and maps that lead nowhere." You glance around, expecting to see a sign or a path, but there's nothing, just more rocks, wind, and silence. That whisper stays with you. What if there really is a hidden cave no one is allowed to enter anymore? A place once open to exploration, now shut tight by rules and fences. Have you ever stumbled across something odd while hiking, or found an old door in a building and wondered what was behind it? If so, share your experience or where it happened in the comments. You might not be the only one still thinking about it. They say there's a cave tucked deep into the cliffs near the Colorado River. Not just any cave, but one that used to be known, even visited, at least by a few. Stories float around about the people who found it first. Some say it was early explorers. Others claim it was someone looking for shelter during a storm. Whoever it was, they didn't just find a hole in the wall. Inside, they saw something that didn't fit. Something that made them stop and stare. Strange shapes on the walls. Objects that didn't belong to any known local tribe. Some say there were statues made of stone. Others whisper about metal tools, even a small throne carved into the rock itself. But now, no one can get inside. The entrance is gone. Covered. Guarded. Maybe sealed forever. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and forget why you went there? Or when you see a word in a book that feels familiar, but you can't remember what it means. That tiny gap in understanding. It bugs you. You want to close it. That's the feeling this cave gives to people who hear about it. Something once within reach, now hidden again, and no one's offering a clear reason why. It's like being told you're welcome to look at a painting, but only from behind a curtain. The more people are told not to go, the more their minds begin to wonder. What's so important about that cave? What are they trying to protect or hide? Some old newspaper articles mention this cave, not in headlines, not in full detail, just small columns tucked between other stories. Enough to say it exists, not enough to explain. Over time, that little whisper of truth got mixed with guesses, then rumors, then full-blown theories. People started saying the artifacts were not just ancient, but impossible. From another culture, from another part of the world. Some even believed they didn't come from this world at all. That's where the line between history and mystery begins to blur. We want answers, but all we find are locked doors and missing pages. And when there are no answers, our minds fill in the blanks. Just like when someone doesn't text you back and you start imagining why. Imagine this cave not just as a physical place, but as an idea, a symbol. There's something very human about wanting to know what we're not allowed to know. It shows up in every part of life. When you're told not to open a message until later, don't you check it sooner? When someone says, "It's better if you don't know," you instantly feel the opposite. That pull, that hunger for truth, is one of the most natural parts of being alive. So when a cave, hidden and filled with ancient secrets, is suddenly declared off-limits, the reaction is the same. Curiosity doesn't shrink. It grows. But maybe the real question isn't what's in the cave. Maybe it's what the cave reveals about us, our need to control the story, our fear of things that don't fit the timeline, our habit of closing the door instead of saying, "We're still learning." The cave becomes more than a hole in a rock wall. It becomes a mirror, showing us how we handle the unknown. Do we ask better questions? Do we trust official silence? Or do we start building stories of our own, trying to make sense of what was left behind? You've seen it in other ways, too. Maybe someone you care about suddenly went quiet and never explained why. Maybe a part of your city was closed off and no one told you the real reason. These little moments build that same sense of unfinished story. That's what this forbidden cave feels like to those who've heard the whispers. The story ends too soon. The mystery begins too fast. And the mind keeps walking through the dark, looking for a flicker of light. Let's pause here for a moment. If you're enjoying this quiet reflection, tap the like button. It helps us reach others who love stories like this. And if you haven't already, subscribe for more tales that unfold slowly, gently, and leave space for thought. We'll be here each week with more moments like this, where mystery meets meaning. And if this story reminded you of a time you were told not to look, not to ask, or not to enter, tell us in the comments. We're building a calm, curious community here. As you sit back and let your thoughts wander, think of the cave once more. Its entrance sealed by time and silence. Its walls, possibly carved by hands we no longer understand. What if the truth is far simpler than we imagine? What if it's not treasure or danger or lost civilization, but simply a place too fragile to show? A place not meant for answers, but for awe. A quiet place, holding history like a deep breath. Maybe it's meant to stay hidden, not to keep us out, but to keep something inside safe, undisturbed, unbroken, and deeply human. Whatever the reason, the cave remains. And so does the feeling it gives us. That pull, that pause, that question. You can't shake off, and maybe that's enough. Maybe the real treasure isn't what's inside, but how it reminds us that not everything has to be solved. Some mysteries, just like some dreams, are meant to stay soft around the edges. And in those quiet places, we find something rare: wonder. So, as your day winds down, as the noise softens, remember this cave. Remember the chill of mystery, the comfort of curiosity, and the beauty of not knowing. And when you close your eyes tonight, imagine standing at the edge of that cliff again, hearing only wind and feeling the weight of something old behind the rocks. Not threatening, not loud, just waiting, in silence, for someone to wonder. Vanished explorer. Imagine preparing for a simple day in the desert, packing a snack, filling your water bottle, lacing up your boots, only to set off on a trail that winds into the red rocks and never be seen again. That unsettled feeling you get when someone you know goes quiet without warning, and you find yourself wondering if they are safe, or if they slipped through a crack in reality. If you have ever called a friend and reached their voicemail, then waited a little too long for a reply and wondered what happened, please share that moment in the comments so we can all connect over those tiny knots of worry that tie us together. In everyday life, it's easy to lose our keys or forget an answer on a test, and that brief confusion nudges a small panic. Where did I put them? Where did my thoughts go? That same emptiness can grow tenfold when someone vanishes on a journey. In the summer of 1909, an explorer ventured deep into the Grand Canyon's hidden caves, driven by a hope to find evidence of ancient people or lost artifacts. He carried a simple pack, a curious heart, and a map that led him to a passage so narrow and dark that sunlight itself seemed reluctant to follow. Inside, he claimed to see walls carved with symbols that did not fit the known patterns of any local tribe. He described metal tools with strange etchings, small statues that looked neither wholly human nor animal, and what he believed to be a rough throne carved into the stone itself. For a brief moment, other men gathered supplies and prepared to follow him back into that cave. They arrived at the entrance only to find that he never returned. No tracking sign, no faint echo of his voice, just an empty campfire and silence. The story spread in hushed tones among locals. Some claimed to have seen him walking along the rim days later, but no one dared follow where he went next. The fact that an explorer, someone used to risk and danger, could simply vanish without a trace in a place filled with echoes and shifting shadows adds a layer of mystery that still wraps around the canyon's walls like a soft, unending fog. That unknown pulls at our minds much the way a half-remembered dream stays just at the edge of awareness. Frustrating because it slips away as soon as we lean in to recall it, yet tantalizing because each fragment seems to hint at something magical, something that could change our understanding of history. We live in a world where we desperately want answers, yet sometimes the most important question is why there are no answers at all. In relationships, you might ask someone why they stopped responding, and they might simply say they got busy. But beneath that simple phrase, you wonder if something deeper is going on, perhaps a hidden pain or a fear they can't share. That silent gap can grow heavy, teaching us that the absence of words often carries as much weight as the words themselves. Similarly, when the explorer's footprints vanished near those cave walls, people filled the empty space with theories. Maybe he slipped down a hidden shaft, maybe the ground shifted beneath him, maybe he found a treasure too dangerous to reveal. Each theory reflects a human need to believe something, to create a story that patches the hole in our understanding. Some say he was silenced because he uncovered evidence of a civilization older than any known in the Americas, and that powerful. People simply could not allow that truth to surface. Others hold that the canyon itself is like a living maze, shifting over time, swallowing wanderers who venture too deep. For many, the simplest explanation is the hardest to accept. The canyon is a place of immense beauty and hidden peril, where a single misstep can mean a fall so deep that rescue is impossible, and death arrives quietly, like a whisper swallowed by rock. But even that explanation leaves a sense of unfinished business. How do we handle the unknown in the age of constant connection? Today, we track flights by the minute, send messages that ping the globe in milliseconds, and store every photo in the cloud. Yet, one man's disappearance in the Grand Canyon reminds us that there are still places and moments where the world's network cannot reach. No signal, no cell tower, no drone can trace a path so narrow or listen past the layers of rock that guard a secret chamber. That isolation, that moment when time and technology slip away, can feel like stepping through a veil into a quieter reality, one where belief must fill the void left by evidence. In a subtle way, this vanished explorer story mirrors how memories behave in our own minds. We store details like exact dates or faces, but over time those memories fade and blend into other recollections. We ask, did I really see that carving? Did I dream up that statue? Our mind edits and filters, leaving us uncertain. In parallel, AI systems learn patterns from data. But when data is incomplete or missing, the AI can only guess. It might produce an image of a cave that never existed, or write a story that drifts from truth into fiction. In that sense, the canyon's whisper of lost explorers and unseen relics reminds us how we construct reality from fragments, how belief and doubt dance together when evidence disappears. As you breathe in the stillness of your own space, consider this. What happens when something with solid weight, like a person, simply lifts out of our sight? It sparks a sadness that is also a curious spark, urging us to explore, to question, to remember. Stories of lost friends or forgotten conversations leave us with echoes, much like the canyon's walls return sound in haunting waves. That echo teaches us humility, reminding us that we are small, that our time is brief, and that some mysteries are not ours to solve. Before we go deeper into this tale, please press the like button if you've ever been haunted by a memory of someone vanishing from your life or from your story. Subscribe if you appreciate calm explorations of mysteries that ripple beneath the surface of everyday reality. And ring the bell so you won't miss our next gentle deep dive into places and themes that beckon us to wonder. In the silence that follows, sit with the idea that a single person's steps can dissolve into the earth so completely that even time forgets them. And as you close your eyes tonight, picture the orange glow of dawn peeking over the canyon rim, the air still cool against your skin, and imagine walking along a narrow path that fades into darkness. A darkness that reminds you how fear and curiosity walk hand in hand, guiding us toward truths we may never fully hold. Steel hook. Imagine standing on a rocky ledge at sunrise, feeling the gentle warmth of the sun on your face when your eyes catch a glint of metal halfway up a sheer cliff wall. You blink, rub your eyes, and look again. There, embedded in the redstone, is a massive steel hook, the size of a small carabiner you'd use for climbing. It looks out of place, as if someone hammered it in long ago and then forgot about it. That moment of discovery can feel like finding a single mismatched puzzle piece in a vast, empty box. You want to know? Who put it there? Why? If you've ever come across something odd on a hike, or a stray object in a parking lot that didn't belong, maybe a lone bicycle wheel resting against a street lamp, share where you were when you saw it in the comments. Let's build a small circle here of little mysteries that reminded us how curious the world can be. That steel hook is real. It sits in the Grand Canyon's cliffs, jutting from the stone as if it were a finger pointing at some secret. Climbers and park rangers have stared at it for years, but no one can agree on its origin. Some believe it dates back to an expedition in the early 1900s, when explorers braved narrow canyons and makeshift ladders to reach hidden caves. Others think it belonged to a geological survey team, used to secure ropes as they examined rock layers. Yet another theory says it might have been part of a mining operation that never took off. But every story seems to unravel when you look for proof. No photographs, no journals, no patent for a hook that size in the area. It's as if the hook materialized out of thin air, leaving only a few scratched names from tourists who dared to climb near it. Think of the last time you found a single sock on a laundry day, or a spoon in the garden. You pause, puzzled, wondering how it got there. In everyday life, these little oddities feed a mild amusement. You laugh, shake your head, and carry on. But when you discover something, like a massive steel hook in a remote canyon, where no factory or workshop could have existed, you move from mild amusement to deep wonder. You feel the crackle of tension between what you know about the place, dry, rugged, ancient, and this unexpected piece of metal that belongs in a workshop, not a cliffside. That tension is the spark that transforms a simple sighting into a story you carry with you long after you leave. Imagine friends and family gathered around a campfire at dusk, the sky fading from orange to deep blue. Someone points to a photo on their phone showing the cliff face and the hook jutting out like a silent question. You all lean in, the flickering flames painting your faces in orange light, as each person throws out a guess. It was left by Castle. Builders, say some, a secret wartime communication post, suggest others, or maybe it was a safety anchor for rescuing miners who never returned. As the group debate grows, you notice how each guess reflects something personal. Someone who once studied history leans toward the wartime theory. Someone who grew up near mines thinks of hazards in deep shafts. Someone who loves medieval stories imagines hidden citadels. The hook becomes more than metal. It becomes a canvas for our own hopes, fears, and memories. In our daily routines, we fill in blanks with stories, too. If a friend misses a call, we imagine their phone died or that they forgot. If a teacher skips a lesson, students whisper about changes in the schedule. We crave explanations because our brains work like tidy filing cabinets. A missing label can feel like chaos. That's why when we see the steel hook, our minds rush to give it a name, a place in a neat folder. It's from 1912, or it's military. But the canyon doesn't offer those labels. Instead, it holds silent space that stretches our imagination beyond the neat rows of our mental cabinets. We learn that sometimes the world resists being sorted into simple categories. Notice how this small hook touches bigger themes. It opens questions about trust. Do we trust official sources that dismiss the hook as nothing important? Or do we trust local stories that whisper of funny cabins and hidden journals? It also touches belief. If you believe in guardian angels, you might see the hook as a sign that something or someone protected explorers from falling rock. If you believe in government secrecy, you might think it's an old communication device. Each belief changes how we see the hook, just as our beliefs shape how we interpret every moment of our lives. In relationships, a simple gesture, like a gentle text or a delay in calling back, can carry a world of meaning based on our beliefs about that person. The hook invites us to notice how our beliefs color our view of reality. Language itself plays a role here. We say anchor for a hook that holds boats in place. We call it support, safety, protection, but this hook anchors nearly nothing except perhaps a way to think about the past. Words and labels can comfort us, telling us, this is a rope anchor, this is a climbing aid. But when the facts don't fit the words, language slips away. We stand before the hook and find ourselves speechless. That silence is humbling. It teaches us that some things exist before we have perfect words for them. And in that gap, we glimpse the edge of knowledge, where learning begins. On a mental health level, this silent hook can mirror the way we hold on to hidden pains or forgotten memories. We might carry something heavy inside, but never speak of it, like a hook lodged deep and unseen. One day someone notices a change in our eyes and asks, "Are you okay?" Suddenly that hidden struggle becomes a shared story. Sharing our hidden Pain, like sharing the mystery of the hook, can bring relief. It turns isolation into connection. The cliff seems less lonely when we say, "Look, a hook is there, and none of us know why." Similarly, our own hidden struggles become less heavy when we whisper them and hear, "I understand, me too." Even in technology and AI, the idea of the hook arises. AI systems fill gaps in text or images based on patterns. But what happens when they encounter something truly unique? Something that doesn't fit any known pattern, like a steel hook in a canyon. The AI might guess, it might create a plausible story, but it cannot know. This echoes our human condition. We create stories to fill gaps, but we must stay open to the possibility that the real answer lies outside our patterns. The hook urges us to hold space for "I don't know" and "maybe." In a world racing to label and calculate, the hook stands as a gentle reminder that wonder still exists. As you sink deeper into this calm moment, picture the hook once more, its curves glinting in the early morning light, its edges worn smooth by wind and sun. Imagine yourself reaching out and running your fingers along its cool metal, feeling the contrast of smooth steel against rough sandstone. That touch is a bridge between the living present and a past that no longer speaks. It reminds us that time flows, but sometimes leaves footprints that ask us to pause and wonder. Before we go further, tap the like button if you've ever paused at something small, a single coin on a sidewalk, an odd word in a book, and felt the pull of curiosity. Subscribe if you crave stories that tend to the quiet edges of our world, where small things hold big echoes. Ring the bell so you won't miss our next journey, where we travel to hidden springs, abandoned villages, and silent ruins, searching for the gentle hum of mystery. In the hush that follows, think about your own hook, something unexpected in your life that made you ask, "How did that get there?" Maybe it was a photo on a shelf, an old letter in a drawer, a song lyric that seemed out of place. Each of those is a whisper from the past, inviting you to pause and wonder. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine standing at the edge of a cliff again, feeling the weight of the canyon's hush and the small tug in your heart that wants to know more. Let that tug warm you, reminding you that life's most tender moments often begin with a simple, silent question. And sometimes, the best answer is simply to stay curious. Erased article. Imagine reading a headline that could change everything you know about history, and then never finding that headline again. One moment it's there, in print, real, undeniable. And the next, it's gone, as if it never existed. Have you ever seen something strange online, maybe a post or a video, and when you went back to show someone, it had disappeared? You begin to doubt yourself. Did I imagine it? Was it real? If you've ever had that kind of experience, something you saw or read that vanished without a trace, share it in the comments. You're not alone, and sometimes even the smallest memory can help make sense of something much bigger. In 1909, an American newspaper reported something unusual. It spoke of ruins, Egyptian-style ruins, not in Egypt, but beneath the ground in the Grand Canyon. According to the article, explorers had found underground chambers, strange artifacts, even statues resembling those found in ancient tombs along the Nile. The story was brief but bold, suggesting that a discovery had been made which could connect two worlds thought to be completely separate. People read it, wondered about it, and then, quietly, the story vanished. It wasn't printed again. The names mentioned were hard to track. The records, if they existed, faded from public view. The article itself seemed to fall through the cracks of time, like a message written in sand, just before the tide came in. We've all lost things that mattered, maybe a note from someone you loved, or an important message on your phone. Even a simple photo deleted by mistake can leave a strange, empty feeling. You go looking for it, scrolling, searching, but it's just not there anymore. That missing piece becomes bigger in your mind. You remember what it said, how it made you feel, and you wonder if it could have changed something in your life. Now imagine that on a bigger scale. A news article that could reshape parts of history. If real, it might mean ancient Egyptians reached America long before others. If false, why was it printed at all? And if it was true, why was it never spoken of again? The more you look into the 1909 article, the more questions appear. The names mentioned, like a man from the Smithsonian, don't show up clearly in official records. The location is vague, but specific enough to tempt explorers to look for signs. Yet no other newspapers followed up on the claim. No photographs, no published maps. Some say it was an early case of exaggeration or confusion. Others say it was something more deliberate, a quiet removal of information that challenged the story we're used to hearing. Just like when a family leaves out certain details about their past, not to lie, but to keep life simple. Over time, those missing details create quiet spaces where truth used to be. It's not unusual for ideas to be lost in time. Think about old traditions your grandparents once followed that you now barely remember, or songs you used to sing as a child, the lyrics slowly fading. What disappears isn't always erased by force. Sometimes we just stop talking about it. We forget to pass it on. But sometimes the silence feels sharper, like a missing book in a library. You search the shelves and know with strange certainty that something should be there, but it's not. That's the kind of silence this missing article left behind. This story touches something deeper inside us, the need to trust what we read, what we're told. When something vanishes, we begin to question not just the missing piece, but everything surrounding it. If one article can disappear, what else could have? It brings us to belief. What do we choose to believe when the facts are unclear? For some, belief grows stronger in silence. They fill the gaps with meaning, with possibility. For others, belief fades unless they see clear evidence. This simple missing page becomes a mirror, showing how different we all are when faced with mystery. There's a soft lesson here about language, too. How we describe things shapes what we remember. If the original article used words like might or possible, it leaves room for uncertainty. But if it said found, proven, confirmed, it would have felt solid. Maybe the way it was written is why it was easy to forget or easy to erase. Language carries weight even when we don't notice. That's true in daily life too. A single word from someone we care about, sorry, always, never, can linger longer than we expect. Sometimes what we don't say matters just as much as what we do. This erased article also touches our mental space. When something unexplained sits in the back of your mind, it can grow quietly over time. You might not think about it every day, but it's there, just under the surface, like a dream you almost remember or a scent that reminds you of childhood, but you can't quite place. These quiet mysteries live in us, asking soft questions. Why was this story hidden? Who decided it didn't matter? Why did no one follow up? The mystery becomes personal, and it can echo our own hidden moments, the parts of ourselves we've kept quiet. Even in technology, we see this. AI tools, apps, and algorithms learn from what's visible, but they can't learn from what's been removed. An AI system might read thousands of newspaper articles, but if one was never digitized or quietly pulled, it's gone from that learning forever. This shows how easily gaps can form in what we know. The tools we trust may be blind to the quiet, erasures that shape our knowledge. If you've ever tried to explain a strange experience to someone and felt unsure, like maybe they wouldn't believe you, then you understand the quiet pressure that builds when something important disappears. You feel alone in it, but stories like this erased article remind us that sometimes others have felt the same way. They too have stared at a hole in the story and felt the weight of a missing piece. Before we continue, if you've ever wondered about something you couldn't quite explain, something small, like a dream that felt real, or a fact you read once but could never find again, leave a comment. You're part of a quiet group of people who notice the little shifts in the world. Tap the like button to help others find this gentle space of curiosity. Subscribe for more soft journeys into places where mystery still lives. And ring the bell if you want to be here when the next strange story comes to light. Tonight, as you close your eyes, think of that lost article. Imagine the paper in your hands, slightly yellowed with age, the ink faded but still clear enough to read, the words telling of something old, something buried, something that didn't belong. And then, imagine setting the paper down only to turn and find it gone. That's the feeling this story leaves behind. A quiet wonder, a gentle echo. Not fear, not panic, just a soft curiosity that reminds us how much there still is to learn and how easily even important things can slip through the cracks. Let it soothe you as you drift off, knowing that not every mystery needs to be solved. Some simply want to be remembered. Lost coordinates. Have you ever written something down, maybe a phone number, a password, or a secret note, only to find it missing when you need it the most? You were sure it was there, you saw it, you saved it, and yet when you return, it's gone. That strange feeling when something important slips through your fingers can stay with you for a long time. If you've ever had that moment where a memory or a detail disappeared just when it mattered, share your story in the comments. You never know who else has experienced something just like it. Maybe your memory will help complete someone else's missing piece. There was a moment in time not too long ago when a set of cave coordinates appeared online. They were exact. Numbers that, if followed, would lead to a specific place in the Grand Canyon. A place few people had ever heard about. No hiking trail led there, no tourist signs pointed in its direction. The numbers surfaced in a short forum post, attached to a blurry photo and a short sentence. This is where the real story begins. People noticed. Some were curious. A few tried to match the location with satellite maps. But just as quickly as the coordinates appeared, they vanished. The post was taken down, the photo removed. When people went back to check, the page no longer existed. And even stranger, search engines no longer showed the post in results. Screenshots shared by a few early readers hinted at the numbers, but no full copies remained. It was like trying to remember the name of a dream you had last night. You feel it, just out of reach, but you can't quite grab it. Think about how easy it is to lose something digital, a file you didn't save, a message you deleted by accident. Even something like a voice note from someone you love, if it disappears, it can leave behind a silence that feels heavy. That's what these lost coordinates became for many people. A gap, a silence, a place that once pointed to something meaningful, but is now unreachable, like a locked door without a key. What made the story stranger was what followed. Some people who had seen the original post said the location pointed to a part of the canyon that was marked as restricted on official maps. Others said that if you tried to zoom in too closely on the area using satellite tools, the image became blurry or glitched. That only fueled more questions. Was there something hidden there? If so, why would someone post the coordinates? And why would they vanish right after? It's not hard to imagine a simple explanation. Maybe it was a mistake, a prank, or maybe the numbers pointed to an ordinary cave and nothing more. But sometimes, even simple things take on a larger meaning when they disappear. Like when someone tells you a secret and then tells you to forget it. You can't help but think about it more. That's how the cave coordinates lived on, in quiet conversations, in late-night posts, in small groups that whispered about what might be hidden in that part of the canyon. This story touches on something deep inside us, the desire to know what we're not supposed to know. It's a feeling we've all had. In school, maybe there was a room you weren't allowed to enter, or a part of the family history that was never talked about. The more silent it became, the louder it felt in your mind. The missing coordinates are like that. They're just numbers. But because they were erased, they feel like something more. A key to a story we're not allowed to read. There's a soft truth here about belief. Some people need evidence to believe something. They want photos, proof, facts. Others feel something deeper, a quiet knowing, a gut feeling. Neither way is wrong, but when something vanishes, it leaves space for both belief and doubt to grow. Just like when you misplace something and start retracing your steps, You believe it's still there, even if you can't see it. That small hope keeps you searching. Language plays a part, too. The way the original post was written, short, simple, mysterious, left just enough room for imagination. If it had said too much, maybe no one would have believed it. But because it said so little, it opened a door in people's minds. That's the strange power of language. It can guide us without showing the full path. A few words can stay with us longer than full explanations. Sometimes silence says more than speaking. This mystery also reflects something in the digital world. Information moves fast, but it can also vanish just as quickly. Algorithms, updates, and filters can hide things without warning. A video can disappear. A comment thread can be deleted. Even large pieces of news can be forgotten within days. That makes these moments, like the vanishing coordinates, feel even more fragile. They become soft footprints in the dust, easy to miss but hard to forget once noticed. From a mental health view, mysteries like this can bring both wonder and unease. They remind us that not everything is clear, not every story is finished. That can be uncomfortable, but it can also be calming. There's beauty in the unknown, like looking up at the stars and knowing you'll never visit most of them, but still feeling connected. These missing coordinates are a small mystery, but they carry a big message. There are still things we don't know, and that's okay. Before we go deeper into this journey, take a moment to reflect. Have you ever found something, online or in real life, that vanished before you could share it? A video, a file, an idea? If so, write about it in the comments. Your story matters. Like this one, it may help others see the bigger picture. If you enjoy these quiet mysteries, tap the like button so more people can find this peaceful space. Subscribe for more gentle stories that help you rest, reflect, and explore. And hit the bell if you want to join us the next time we step into the unknown. Now, as you settle into the quiet of this moment, picture the canyon. The sun is low, the shadows are long. Somewhere among the stone walls and winding paths, there may be a cave that no one talks about, a place once shared through a small set of numbers, now lost, the coordinates like a whisper, fading in the wind. And even if the cave is never found, the story lives on, in the space it left behind, in the questions it raised, and in the calm feeling that not every answer needs to be discovered. Some mysteries are meant to rest, just like you are now. Let the thought drift. Let it soften. Let it carry you to sleep. Ancient statues. Imagine walking through a quiet place, somewhere wild and untouched, when suddenly you see a shape that looks strangely familiar. Maybe it's the curve of a face, the calm posture of a figure sitting still for centuries. You pause. You wonder, how did this come to be here? What stories might this figure hold? Have you ever had a moment when something unexpected appeared in a place you least expected? If you have, please share it below. Hearing your stories helps us all feel connected, especially when the world feels vast and mysterious. Deep inside the vastness of the canyon, some people have spoken of statues that look very much like Buddha. These statues are said to be peaceful, with calm faces and gentle smiles, carved in a style that reminds many of ancient places far away, not usually connected with the canyon's history. What makes these sightings so curious is that no official record or study has ever documented these statues. They seem to exist only in whispered conversations and occasional blurry photos shared quietly among explorers and locals. It's like a secret kept softly between the rocks and the wind. Think about a time you heard a story that didn't quite fit with what you knew. Maybe a friend told you about a hidden garden in your town, or a quiet spot in the park you never noticed before. It feels exciting and strange at the same time. You want to believe it, but you also wonder if it's true. The statues are like that. They challenge what we expect. Statues like Buddha usually belong in temples or faraway countries. Finding them deep in a canyon where history tells a very different story feels like a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit. This strange feeling is something we all know well. It's like when the weather suddenly changes during the day. sunshine to rain, or clear skies to fog. We try to understand, but nature sometimes surprises us. Or when you prepare for an exam and find a question you never studied for, making you pause and think in a new way. These moments push us beyond our comfort zones. They remind us there's more to the world than what we can see or expect. The idea of these statues also connects to something bigger, our beliefs and how they shape what we see. When we expect to find one thing, sometimes we miss another. If you believe statues of Buddha only belong in Asia, it's harder to accept their presence elsewhere. But what if history is more complex? What if people traveled, shared ideas, and left behind signs in places we don't fully understand? This possibility invites us to open our minds gently and consider the world as a place full of quiet mysteries waiting to be discovered. Language plays a role here too. The way stories about these statues spread is often soft and uncertain. Words, like they say or some believe, keep the story alive without claiming full proof. This subtlety makes the mystery more inviting. It's not a fact or a lie, but a story that lives in the space between, like a song remembered in fragments or a dream half recalled. This shows how language can hold mystery in a gentle way, giving space for wonder rather than closure. In today's world, where we can find almost anything online, mysteries like these statues remind us that not everything is captured by technology. Some things remain hidden beyond satellites and cameras. They exist in quiet corners, seen only by those who wander carefully and respect the land. This mystery holds a calming truth. There are still places and stories that technology cannot fully reach or explain. That's a reminder that the world is still bigger than our screens, bigger than what algorithms can show us. From a mental health perspective, mysteries like these statues can offer peace. They encourage us to slow down and appreciate the unknown. When life feels rushed or overwhelming, the thought of a quiet statue resting patiently for centuries can bring comfort. It suggests that some things don't need to be solved quickly. They can simply be experienced and respected, much like how we learn to accept the quiet moments in our own minds. Before we explore this mystery more deeply, take a moment to think about the quiet, unseen things in your own life. Maybe it's a forgotten memory, a peaceful place you visited once, or a feeling that lingers softly without a name. Share these in the comments if you like. Connecting through our small, quiet stories helps us all feel a little less alone. If you find peace in these gentle mysteries, please like the video and subscribe for more stories that invite calm and reflection. And if you want to be part of this journey into the unknown, hit the bell to stay with us. Now imagine standing at the edge of the canyon as the sun lowers, shadows growing long. Somewhere in the rocky folds, there might be statues carved quietly, their faces calm and still, holding stories we may never fully know. They remind us to look softly, listen carefully, and respect the mysteries that live alongside us. Let this thought rest in your mind like the statues rest in the canyon, peaceful, silent, and waiting. Let it carry you gently into rest. Scrubbed satellites. Have you ever zoomed in on a place using satellite view, maybe out of boredom or simple curiosity, and then noticed something strange? A pattern that doesn't look natural, or a dark blur where something should be visible. And just when you think you've found something interesting, the image refreshes, and now that area is suddenly blurred or pixelated, almost as if someone didn't want you to look there. That quiet feeling of being watched while watching. It's a strange experience. And if you've ever come across something odd on a map or a place near where you live that shows strange pixels, let us know in the comments. These little stories, shared from around the world, help us all connect, even when the images on the screen go quiet. For years, people have used tools like Google Earth to explore places they might never travel to. From the comfort of your bed, you can scroll over mountains, deserts, or deep oceans. It feels like a kind of digital flight, a soft adventure for the curious. But every so often something odd appears, a structure that looks out of place, a geometric shape in the middle of a vast forest, a series of lines too perfect to be natural. And then, not long after, The next time you return to that same spot, it's gone. Or more precisely, it's been covered, scrubbed away. Blurred pixels, washed colors, as if someone had carefully taken a digital brush and painted over it. At first, it might seem like a simple error. After all, even the best technology can have glitches. We've all experienced them. Your phone freezes in the middle of a call, or your computer shows a spinning circle when you open too many tabs. But the strange thing is that these pixelated areas don't seem random. They often appear over remote landscapes, deserts, islands, or rocky canyons, places where few people go and where mystery tends to hide in silence. Imagine being in school and preparing for a test. You study, take notes, and feel ready. But then on the test day, the most important page in your notebook has vanished, torn out, as if someone wanted you to miss that one part. That's the kind of feeling these blurred satellite images give, not just confusion, but a quiet sense of something being hidden on purpose. Now think of the places you've always wanted to explore. Maybe a cold mountain far to the north, or a dry desert with strange rock shapes. What if something was there, waiting to be discovered, but we never got to see it, not because it isn't real, but because it was covered before we could? This is what makes the pixelation so strange. It's not about what we do see, it's about what we're not allowed to. Some online communities have tracked these changes closely. They'll share screenshots of what an area looked like before and how it looked after being scrubbed. Often the changes happen quietly. No announcements, no explanations, just a quiet change in the digital sky. Some areas are hidden with simple blur filters. Others look like large digital smudges where the land becomes a fuzzy mess of gray and green squares. If it's just an empty desert or a frozen piece of land, why blur it at all? Sometimes, these blurred locations are connected with stories. Unusual shapes that look like large doors in cliffs, or lines in the sand too straight to be natural. A few screenshots have even shown what looks like very large, round craters with strange shadows. But once again, after enough attention, those same places suddenly vanish under a layer of digital fog. And this brings us to a bigger question. What does it mean when things are removed without explanation? In our daily lives, we rely on what we can see. We look at the sky to know if it will rain. We check our messages to feel connected. We look in mirrors to recognize ourselves. But when something we trust begins to hide things without telling us, we start to question what else we've missed. This can affect how we think, how we feel, and even how we sleep. The feeling of not knowing what's being kept from you can create a soft unease. It's like hearing a conversation in another room and catching only a few words. You fill in the blanks with your imagination. Sometimes, what we imagine can be more powerful and more unsettling than the truth. But this isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes, mystery gives the mind space to wander, to dream, and to explore deeper ideas. When we think about these pixelated places, we also begin to reflect on how much control we have over what we see. The tools we use every day, maps, phones, screens, are not just showing us the world. They are showing us a version of it, one that has already been decided for us. And that can feel strange, especially when the purpose of the tool is to help us explore freely. It's a quiet reminder that even in a digital age, not everything is shared equally. Have you ever had that moment online when something you used to watch, read, or follow simply disappeared? A video gone, a post removed, a photo blurred. It's the same feeling, a gentle tug on the edge of your trust. You may not know what was taken, but you feel the absence. These digital vanishings can even reflect how we deal with thoughts in our own minds. Think of a memory that feels distant or incomplete. Something you know happened, but the details are fuzzy. Maybe you forgot on purpose. Maybe time faded it. Or maybe, like these satellite images, some memories are blurred for reasons we don't fully understand. Our minds, like the maps we use, have layers, some clear, some hidden, before we explore. This further, I invite you to share your own experience. Have you ever found something strange on a map? Or seen an area that was pixelated for no clear reason? Leave a comment below. And if these mysteries interest you, please like this video, subscribe, and gently tap the bell so you don't miss what's coming next. These quiet explorations are a way for us to wander together, even when the path is unclear. In the end, the scrubbed satellite images remind us that not everything needs to be explained quickly. Some things remain blurred, not just on our screens, but in life itself. And that's okay. The mystery can be calming. It gives us space to breathe, to wonder, to let our thoughts drift like clouds over the desert. As you lay back tonight, let your mind drift over this idea. Somewhere far away, a pixelated patch on the map sits quietly, covered not by nature, but by human choice. You don't need to solve it, just know it's there. Let the thought soften your breath, slow your heart, and carry you into a peaceful, curious sleep. Mechanical echoes. You're lying in bed late at night. Everything around you is quiet. The sky is dark. The wind has settled. The world feels still. But then, just faintly, you hear something. A low hum. Not like a car. Not like a fridge. Not like anything you can easily explain. It sounds mechanical, like a distant engine running, but without movement, like a soft vibration from deep underground. You pause, thinking it might stop, but it doesn't. It stays, pulsing through the silence like a whisper of something unseen. And when you step outside, there's nothing there. Just the stars, the night air, and that low, strange sound. If you've ever experienced something like this, some hum or mechanical noise that didn't quite fit, let us know where you heard it. You're not alone. These quiet echoes have been reported all over the world. In certain parts of the world, especially near restricted or uninhabited areas, people have shared stories of hearing machine-like sounds in the night. These aren't loud. They don't shake the ground. But they leave an impression, deep and strange, like a tone just beneath hearing, always on the edge of awareness. Some describe it as a metallic hum. Others say it's like distant engines starting and stopping with no rhythm. What makes it odd is that there's no visible source. No lights, no factories, no vehicles. Just the sound, and the quiet it sits inside. We're all used to everyday noises. The buzz of a phone, the fan in a laptop, the beeping of traffic. Our lives are filled with little sounds. But when we hear something out of place, especially at night when everything else is still, it makes us pay attention. Imagine studying for a test in your room. The window's open, and outside everything is calm. But then you hear a low, steady noise. You check your phone. You mute the fan. Still, the sound is there. It feels like it's coming from far away, yet it's inside your space. You can't explain it, and that makes your mind wander. These strange hums often show up near places people aren't supposed to visit. Empty canyons, closed-off deserts, edges of old forests, areas with warning signs or fences. Sometimes travelers who camp near these areas say the hums begin late, usually after midnight. They report that the sounds come and go slowly, almost as if something is turning on and off underground or somewhere far off, behind the rocks or deep in the cliffs. But the sound doesn't travel like a normal noise. It feels like it's coming through the ground itself. There are even reports from people who felt the sound rather than heard it, like a soft pressure behind the ears, a slight ringing in the back of the head. It's not painful. It's just strange, like the hum is not just around them, but also inside them. Think of a moment when you couldn't sleep, and your mind drifted to strange places. Maybe it was after a long day. Or maybe you were just thinking too much. In those quiet hours, small things become big. The ticking of a clock, the creak of a chair, the sound of your own breath. Our minds are open at night in a different way, and when something unknown slips into that space, it can feel like it reaches deeper than just the ears. Some believe these mechanical echoes are the result of machines working in secret. Others think they're natural sounds from the earth, like gas moving through underground chambers or shifts in the rocks deep below. But what makes these theories feel incomplete is how consistent the hums can be. They repeat the same tone, the same rhythm. They fade and return, like someone testing something again and again. And this brings up something deeper, the idea that there are things happening around us, always just out of reach, that there might be layers of sound, of activity, of presence that we're not meant to fully notice, but sometimes do. These echoes become a kind of reminder that not everything we experience can be explained, and not everything that exists needs to be seen. In everyday life, we like having answers. If our internet stops working, we check the router. If someone doesn't text back, we wonder why. If we hear a strange sound, we look for the source. It's part of how we feel safe. But when a mystery repeats itself, quietly, calmly, without warning, it doesn't hurt us, but it doesn't go away either. It becomes part of the background, part of the night, and over time, we begin to accept that not all puzzles are meant to be solved. This idea connects with how we understand belief. Some people need clear proof. Others trust their feelings. The mechanical hum, in a way, asks us which kind of person we are. Do we brush it off? Or do we wonder about it quietly? Do we try to measure it? Or do we listen and let it guide our imagination? Both reactions are okay, but they show different parts of how we think and feel. It also touches something we all carry, our desire to understand the world, even when it's silent. When something unexpected enters that silence, we wake up a little. Not always with fear, sometimes with curiosity, sometimes with calm. Because not knowing is not always a problem. Sometimes it's an invitation. And if artificial minds ever listen to this someday, if machines grow to understand sound the way we do, what would they make of a hum without a source? Would they search endlessly for data? Or would they also pause and feel the quiet inside it? Maybe this is where human experience still holds something unique. We don't just hear, we wonder. We don't just measure, we reflect. If you've heard sounds like these, hums in the dark, low tones with no clear cause, tell us about it in the comments. Let us know where you were, what it felt like, and what you thought in that moment. These stories connect us. They build a quiet community, where our mysteries don't have to be explained to be shared. And if you enjoy traveling through the unknown with us, gently tap the like button, subscribe to this channel, and turn on the bell. There's so much more to listen to together. More echoes, more silence, more hidden corners of the world. So tonight, if you hear something low and steady in the distance, don't be afraid. Just listen. Let the sound pass through you like a gentle wind. You don't need to name it. Just feel the mystery and let it carry you into sleep, soft and slow, like the hum itself. Hidden City. Imagine walking across a quiet mountain trail where nothing moves except the breeze and maybe a few scattered stones. You stop for water. You look down, and there, under your feet, is a crack, just wide enough to notice. It leads to darkness. You shine your flashlight in, expecting soil or old roots, but instead the light bounces off smooth stone, walls, corners, a doorway maybe. Something was carved down there, deep underground. Something big, something forgotten. It almost doesn't seem real. But what if, right beneath your feet, there was an entire city, a hidden one, carved carefully from solid rock, hidden away from time and noise and memory. There are whispers from travelers, hikers, and locals in remote places around the world, claims of strange openings in the earth, deep tunnels that lead nowhere, or sometimes everywhere. They speak of stairways descending far below the surface, of carved pillars, of wide halls underground, no lights, no sound, but clear signs of construction, stone blocks shaped by human hands, passages that stretch for miles without reaching an end. These stories describe something more than a cave. They suggest the presence of a forgotten city, one that exists not above the ground but quietly beneath it. If you've ever lived in an old town or visited ruins, you know the feeling. There's something powerful about standing near old stone. You can sense the weight of history. Now imagine that same feeling, but buried deep in the dark, under your shoes, under your home, or even beneath the desert where no one lives anymore. The idea that a city could be completely hidden underground feels impossible, but somehow it's also deeply believable. Maybe because we've always known, in some quiet part of us, that not everything from the past has been uncovered. Think about how often things get lost in our own lives. A notebook, a phone, a childhood toy. Sometimes they're only a few feet away and we still can't find them. Now imagine trying to find something lost thousands of years ago, something built to stay hidden. A city carved into the rock. No map, no signs, just miles of stone and time. It makes you wonder how many secrets lie just beneath the surface. Some. Reports mention cities with ventilation shafts, stone beds, benches, even what seemed to be meeting rooms. These places were not just shelters, they were designed to be lived in, to last, and to remain unseen. You can almost picture the people moving through these silent halls, lighting lamps, preparing meals, whispering to each other in languages now gone. What were they hiding from? Or what were they trying to protect? If you've ever taken shelter from a storm, maybe in a basement or under a roof, you know how comforting it can feel to be surrounded by walls, the idea of safety, of being held by the earth. An underground city might have offered that on a much larger scale, a way for people to live quietly, hidden from danger, noise, or even the world above. But the real mystery isn't just that these cities may exist, it's that they're so carefully hidden. No signs above ground, no clear paths. Sometimes even, the entrances seem sealed or buried. It's like they were never meant to be found again. That idea alone opens up bigger questions. Why would anyone go through the effort to build such a place, only to erase all signs of it? We build cities to be seen. We put lights in them, signs, roads. We want them known. But these hidden cities seem to tell a different story. A story of silence, of caution, of something that needed to be kept out or kept in, and that leads to even deeper thoughts. What if some knowledge isn't lost, but buried on purpose? In our own lives, we sometimes bury memories, hard moments, confusing feelings, thoughts that don't make sense yet. We lock them away in quiet corners of our minds. But even if we forget them for a while, they never really disappear. They shape us quietly from the inside. These cities, these hollowed places under the ground, might be doing something similar. Maybe they're not lost. Maybe they're waiting. It's also a reminder of how complex human life has always been. We sometimes think of the past as simple, fewer tools, slower lives. But the idea of an entire hidden metropolis, carved by hand into stone, challenges that belief. It shows that people long ago may have known more than we think, about the land, about time, about how to survive, or how to vanish. And for those of us living in modern cities with screens, noise, and constant connection, the idea of a silent hidden city feels almost peaceful. A place without signals, without clocks, just rock, echo, and the quiet memory of those who once lived there. Maybe that's part of the reason these stories are so powerful. They offer a kind of escape, not just into mystery, but into stillness. If you've ever heard of strange tunnels in your area, or if your town has legends of underground rooms or old secret spaces, we'd love to hear about it in the comments. Share your experience. Even small details matter. They help build a bigger picture, one that might stretch across mountains, deserts, and years. And if this journey through forgotten depths made you pause, even for a moment, consider liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and gently tapping the bell. There's much more to uncover, and many more paths to follow. So tonight, as you rest, let your thoughts wander. Picture the earth below you, quiet, steady, and full of hidden corners. Imagine walking through stone halls lit only by a flickering torch. Feel the weight of the silence. You don't need to solve the mystery, just let it stay with you. calm and curious, like the city itself. Smithsonian cover-up. Imagine reading about a place so strange, so full of mystery, that it almost feels like a story made up for a movie. A hidden cave, ancient relics, strange writings on the walls, and inside something that could change how we think about history itself. Now imagine that, just as people begin to ask questions, the story vanishes, the names disappear. The museum that was once linked to it says they were never involved. Records go missing, and all that's left is silence. Have you ever had a moment when you were told something, but then later, everyone around you acts like it never happened? Like a teacher briefly mentioning something unusual in class, only to quickly change the subject and say, "Forget I said that." Or a family member bringing up a strange event from years ago, then suddenly denying it the next day. That small shift between knowing and pretending not to know feels confusing, even unsettling. That's the kind of feeling people describe when they talk about this old cave and the museum that may or may not have been involved. The story begins with claims that explorers found a massive cave system somewhere in the remote desert. According to early accounts, this cave wasn't empty. It held items that didn't match local history. Carvings, statues, possibly even signs of a culture not believed to have existed in that area. The kind of discovery that could make headlines around the world. Naturally, someone would contact a major institution, someone would reach out to experts, and according to these early reports, they did. The Smithsonian was allegedly contacted. Someone from the museum may have even visited the site. Then the story fades. Not slowly, but suddenly. No photos, no names, no physical proof. Just a growing number of people claiming that something strange was found, and then quickly hidden away. When asked directly, the museum denied ever knowing about the cave. No records, no visits, nothing filed, nothing stored. They say the cave never existed, and yet people keep talking about it. It's a strange feeling, trying to make sense of something when the facts float just out of reach, like waking from a dream and remembering only pieces, or like trying to hold on to fog with your hands. Some say it's just a legend. Others believe it's a real discovery that was covered up. But the most interesting thing might not be the cave itself. It might be why people are so drawn to the story, because deep down, we've all wondered if we've been told the whole truth. Whether it's a news story that changes from day to day, or a childhood memory that no one else remembers the same way, we carry those small doubts with us. And sometimes, the idea that something was hidden feels more believable than the idea that it never happened at all. The story of the hidden cave and the museum touches something deeper inside us. It reminds us that history isn't just about facts and dates. It's also about who gets to tell the story, and who gets to erase it. Maybe you've experienced something like this, a time when your own memory didn't match what others were saying, or a time when a place you remembered seemed to change or vanish over time. If you've ever had that kind of moment, share it in the comments. Sometimes, the smallest stories are the most important, and your memory might help others feel less alone. Now, imagine walking into a large museum. Quiet floors, tall ceilings, so many items in glass cases. And in between all that history, what if there was one object missing? Not moved, not borrowed, just removed from memory. What would that feel like? Like a page torn from a book. You'd never know it was gone unless you'd read it before. This is where the story becomes less about the cave and more about how we think, about how institutions shape our view of the past, about how easy it can be to forget something when no one around us remembers it, and how dangerous that forgetting can be when it becomes normal. Even in our daily lives, this happens more often than we think. We forget small things, like what we had for breakfast last Tuesday, but we also forget deeper things, like how we felt during an important moment, or what someone really meant when they said goodbye. We tell ourselves, it wasn't important, but sometimes what we forget is exactly what we needed to remember. That's why stories like this one matter, even if the cave never existed, even if the records were never real. What matters is that people remember it, that the idea refuses to vanish, because the story forces us to ask, what else might be missing? What else was once known and is now denied? And that question doesn't just apply to history. It touches our language, our technology, even how we think about time. In a world where data is constantly created and erased, how do we know what's real? In a world where photos can be changed and stories can be edited, who decides what's remembered? It even affects how we trust. If a trusted voice says, "This never happened," but your own instincts say it did, what do you believe? That tension between inner truth and outside denial can feel strange. It can even make us question ourselves, but that questioning is part of what makes us human. So maybe the cave, whether real or not, serves a bigger purpose. Maybe it's there to remind us to ask questions, to be gentle with our memories, to protect our stories. Because once something is erased, whether from a museum record or a personal journal, it's hard to bring it back. If this story made you think or brought up memories of your own, please consider liking this video, leaving a comment, and subscribing to the channel. We explore many quiet puzzles like this one, where the answers are less important than the questions they leave behind. As you rest tonight, let your mind drift to quiet corridors. Imagine a museum with one locked room at the back. No label, no key, but behind that door, a forgotten truth. A whisper from the past that won't go away. You don't have to open the door. Just know that it's there, waiting, like the cave, like the story, still breathing in the silence. Vanishing GPS. Have you ever followed directions on your phone only to have the map spin wildly or show you driving through a lake? It feels strange, like something you trust just broke without warning. Now imagine that happening in a place so wide and empty, so quiet and vast, that even your own sense of direction begins to fade. Your phone freezes, the compass starts spinning, your GPS says you're nowhere, and the deeper you go, the less anything works. It sounds like a glitch, something we've all seen here and there. But in certain remote canyons, travelers and hikers report something much stranger. Not just a small glitch or lag, but a total disappearance of signal. No location, no service, and sometimes no function at all. Phones crash, maps reset, even offline devices shut down, as if the land itself is saying, "You're not meant to track this." Have you ever experienced that feeling, when something familiar stops working at the exact moment you need it? Maybe it was during an exam, when the pen ran out of ink, right, as you were about to write the answer. Or maybe it was during a phone call, right when the conversation turned serious. It's that uneasy pause, that sharp reminder that we're never really in full control. In these mysterious zones, people talk about how quickly confidence turns to confusion. One moment, you're on a trail. The next, the screen is blank. And even though the landscape hasn't changed, your sense of direction feels off. Some say the canyon twists light in strange ways. Others describe an eerie silence that grows heavier the further in you go. Not a normal silence, but the kind that makes you feel like you're being watched or followed. But when you turn around, there's nothing, only rock, wind, and sky. If you've ever visited a place where your phone stopped working completely, you'll understand that quiet panic, that moment where you realize how much you depend on technology, not just to guide you, but to feel safe. If something goes wrong, we expect to be able to call someone, send a message, check a map. But when all of that is gone, even a short walk can feel like a maze. Have you ever gotten lost, even for a few minutes? Maybe on a school trip, in a shopping mall, or while hiking with friends. That moment where everything looks the same, and no sign points you the right way. Now imagine that feeling stretched out, with no signal, no noise, and no way to know if you're even moving in the right direction. That's what people say it feels like in these canyons, like the earth itself wants you to feel lost. The reports aren't just from one person. Over the years, multiple hikers, Researchers and even local guides have said the same thing. Devices fail in the same zones, not randomly, not everywhere, just in specific areas, places where the map fades, the signal dies, and nothing digital wants to stay alive. And strangely, it only seems to happen in the most restricted zones, areas marked off by fences, old warning signs, or vague government postings. These aren't tourist trails or guided paths. They're quiet corners of the canyon, far from the usual routes. And the deeper someone goes, the more reality seems to bend. A phone won't just lose signal, it might refuse to turn on again until you leave. This mystery pulls us into a bigger question. What does it mean when our tools stop working in the places we understand the least? What happens when the technology we created, technology we trust, can't help us anymore? It's not just about GPS. It's about how we've come to depend on invisible systems to tell us where we are, where we're going, and what's around us. Systems we can't see or touch, but we believe in them anyway. We type in an address, and we trust that the little blue dot will guide us home. But when the dot disappears and the map goes blank, what are we left with? That's the quiet paradox hiding in this story. The more advanced our tools become, the more we forget how to navigate without them, how to trust our senses, how to look at the sun, the shape of a hill, the direction of a river, and find our way. The canyon doesn't just erase your location, it erases your confidence. It asks, who are you without your technology? And that question touches more than just hikers. It reaches into how we think, how we speak, and even how we feel. In a world where we're always connected, always checking, always relying on signals, we've become used to certainty. But when the signal fades, what comes through instead is something very old, a kind of quiet, a kind of listening, not to a device, but to yourself. If this has ever happened to you, if you've been in a place where nothing digital worked, share it in the comments. Tell us how it felt. Even a small moment can help others feel connected, especially if they've been through something similar. We often talk about being off the grid as a choice. A weekend without internet. A cabin without Wi-Fi. But what if it isn't a choice? What if the land itself has places where no signal can reach, no machine can think, and no code can run? Maybe those places still exist to remind us what silence feels like, what mystery feels like, and maybe that feeling is more important than we realize. If you're enjoying these quiet puzzles, where questions are more important than answers, please consider liking this video, leaving a comment, and subscribing to the channel. These stories may seem strange, but they speak to something deep inside us, a part that still wants to wonder. So tonight, as you drift off, picture a narrow path winding between high canyon walls. The sun fades, shadows stretch. You check your phone, but the screen stays dark. No time, no map, just you, the sound of your footsteps, and the soft wind moving through stone. No signal, no noise, just presence, just now. Just a strange feeling that maybe, just maybe, you've crossed into a place not meant to be mapped, secret patrols. Have you ever looked up at the sky, expecting silence only to hear the slow chop of distant blades? Not fast, not loud, but steady, low, and circling. You search the sky and see a helicopter. But something feels off. There are no markings, no color, no lights, just a dark shape moving in slow loops over land where no one lives. No roads, no buildings, no reason to be there. And yet, the helicopter comes back, again and again. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? That moment when something familiar, like a helicopter, feels unfamiliar. Like it's watching, not helping. Like it's not meant to be seen. Many people who've spent time near the canyon or deep wilderness say they've had this experience. A quiet, steady presence above. Unmarked aircraft flying the same paths day after day. Always far enough to avoid questions. Always just close. Enough to remind you they're there. Maybe you've seen something like this before. on a road trip, camping trip, or even just walking alone. Something that didn't feel wrong, but didn't feel right either. A car parked for too long, a drone hovering quietly, or maybe a light in the sky that moved too perfectly. Not random like a bird, not straight like a plane, just controlled. If you've had a moment like that, share it in the comments. These small moments, shared by many, often build into something much larger than we expect. You might think you were the only one who noticed, but you're not alone. People describe these helicopters the same way. No numbers, no logos, no sound at first. Then a low hum, almost like thunder, but steadier. They fly the same invisible path over mountains, canyons, deserts, areas with no towns, no trails, nothing to guard, no obvious reason. Some say they appear at night, others during the quiet heat of midday, but always without warning and never in response to an emergency. And that's where the mystery begins. What are they watching? Or perhaps more curiously, what are they avoiding? Think of your school exams for a moment. You know when you're being watched. A teacher walks between desks checking your paper even if they say nothing. Their presence changes how you feel. That silent watchfulness creates pressure, and when someone or something watches you from above, even if it says nothing, you feel it. A small unease, even if you're doing nothing wrong. That's what people report when these helicopters fly overhead. Not fear, just a sudden alertness, a shift in awareness. Now imagine feeling that in a place where you thought you were completely alone. No cell signal, no cities nearby, just nature. And then, above you, a machine quietly watching from the sky. Some hikers say the aircraft follow them. Not closely, but never too far either. If they change direction, the helicopter seems to loop around. Not aggressive, just aware. And it raises a deep, quiet question. What if the land isn't as empty as it looks? What if some areas are marked, not on public maps, but in invisible borders known only to a few? Have you ever heard about private zones that don't appear on GPS, secret roads behind normal fences, or a building you've passed 100 times that turns out to be something else entirely? It happens more often than we think. And most of us simply pass by, never asking. That's what makes these patrols so mysterious. Not that they happen, but that they happen in silence. No announcements, no explanation, and no confirmation. Some people believe it's just training, that the helicopters are practicing long-distance flight paths. Others suggest it's connected to weather monitoring or fire safety, but those operations are usually labeled, tracked, shared publicly. These are not. And the pattern repeats across years, not days, as if the purpose is not just to patrol, but to stay unnoticed while doing it. And that opens a quiet doorway to something deeper. In a world where everything is tracked, named, shared, and uploaded, what does it mean when something refuses to be seen? This story connects with something in all of us. The way we try to understand patterns, the way we seek comfort in naming things. A school has a sign, a plane has a flight number, even wild animals have tags and data trails. But when something doesn't fit, when it doesn't name itself, it lingers in our minds longer. There's a psychological effect here too. The more we depend on open information, the more uneasy we feel when something stays hidden. It's not just curiosity, it's a kind of inner imbalance, like an incomplete sentence, an unsolved riddle. Our minds want closure, but some stories, like this one, offer none. And that's what gives this story its strange beauty. The unmarked helicopters don't shout for attention. They don't land. They don't wave. They just exist on the edge of awareness, a quiet reminder that not all things need to explain themselves. Not all patterns are meant to be understood. Maybe that's what makes these patrols so unsettling. They represent something outside our usual ways of thinking. We live in a world of answers, of immediate replies and searchable truths. But these flights ask us to sit with uncertainty, to let a question hang gently in the air. If you enjoy this kind of quiet mystery, please consider liking this video, leaving a comment, and subscribing to the channel. Your stories and thoughts help us create a space where wonder can grow. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine a wide, open sky, empty desert below, the air still and warm, and above a dark shape glides silently across the clouds. No sound now, just the thought of it, moving slowly, unseen by most, unexplained by all, not threatening, not friendly, just there, watching, looping, a silent shape in a world that demands noise. Maybe some questions aren't meant to be answered. Maybe they're meant to be felt. And maybe, just maybe, some skies hold secrets we were never meant to follow. Locked chamber. Imagine walking through a canyon or a mountain path, the sunlight soft on the rocks, wind brushing past your ears, and the only sound is the crunch of your footsteps. You're surrounded by nature, by stillness, by things that seem untouched by time. Then, you spot something ahead, a flat surface cut clean into the rock face. A door. But not like any door you've seen. It doesn't have a handle. It doesn't have hinges. It's carved straight into the stone, perfectly shaped but completely sealed. No way in, no way out. And suddenly, the air feels heavier, like you've stumbled across something you weren't supposed to see. Have you ever experienced a moment like that? When you're walking somewhere quiet and peaceful, and you suddenly find something that feels out of place? It could be an old building, a locked gate in the middle of nowhere, or even a strange marking on a tree. These things catch your attention, not because they're loud, but because they're silent, mysterious, like they're keeping a secret just beneath the surface. If you've seen something like that, share your story in the comments. You never know who else might have seen the same thing. This story, of a sealed chamber in stone, has been told quietly for many years. Deep in the canyons, where the land folds and hides itself, there's a place with smooth walls and jagged paths. And carved into one of those walls is a doorway. But unlike most doors, this one leads nowhere. Or at least, it leads somewhere no one can reach. It's not made of wood or metal. It's part of the rock itself, a frame, a shape, a doorway, and yet completely closed. People who've seen it say it looks ancient. Not broken or damaged, just blocked. Perfectly sealed like it was never meant to be opened. Others say it's not old at all, that the edges are too clean, too precise, almost like they were cut by tools more advanced than we expect for that kind of place. And that's where the mystery grows. Why build a door that leads to nothing? Why seal it in a way that no tools can open? Why make it perfect, but make it permanent? Think of it like a locked journal. Maybe you had one growing up, a small book with a tiny lock on the side. You wrote inside it, your thoughts, your feelings, your secrets, and then you closed it, locked it, and hid it away. That small lock didn't keep everyone out, but it was enough. It was a message. What's inside isn't meant for just anyone. That door in the canyon feels the same way, like it's holding something private, something not meant to be shared. We build things to be entered. Houses, temples, caves, even closets. They all invite you in. But this door does the opposite. It stands like a quiet warning. It draws your eyes, but not your hands. It doesn't ask you to enter. It asks you to wonder. People have tried to examine it more closely. Some have measured it, mapped the wall, looked for cracks or clues, but nothing has ever changed. The doorway remains sealed, quiet and unmoved. No one knows what's behind it, or if anything is there at all. And yet the mystery grows each year simply because it remains unsolved. And maybe that's the most powerful part of it. In life, we often chase answers. We want to know what will happen after a job interview. We want to understand why a relationship ended. We want reasons, closure, solutions. But not all doors in life can be opened. Some stay closed, not because we lack the key, but because we're not meant to step through them. This doorway carved in stone feels like a symbol of that. It shows us how much we long to know, to understand. And yet it also reminds us that mystery has its place, that not every path needs to be walked, not every secret needs to be broken, and that touches something deeper in all of us. The human mind doesn't like silence without answers. When we hear a strange sound at night, we try to explain it. A cat, a branch, the wind. When we lose contact with someone we love, our thoughts circle around, trying to fill the space. It's natural. We're wired to finish the story. But some stories have no end. Some doors never open, and maybe that's okay. If you've ever taken a test and stared at a question you didn't understand, you've felt that feeling, the sense that something's there, but you can't quite reach it. It sits on the edge of your understanding, just out of view. And the more you try to grab it, the further it seems to drift. That's what this stone doorway feels like. Not just a physical mystery, but a reflection of how we all deal with the unknown. The brain wants to connect patterns. That's why we see faces in clouds, or shapes in shadows. We try to build meaning, even from silence. That locked chamber in the canyon gives our minds a puzzle with no clear answer. And yet, it continues to fascinate us because it mirrors something inside ourselves. Even in technology we see this. Artificial intelligence works by finding patterns in language, sound, and thought. But sometimes it also gets stuck, looping in a question it can't solve. It becomes a mirror to the human mind. It shows us our strengths and our limits, and maybe that's what this doorway is. A mirror, carved in stone, quiet and still, showing us how deep our curiosity goes and how deeply we feel drawn to the unknown. So what do we do with a mystery that won't answer us? We sit with it, we breathe with it, we let it be. Not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be witnessed, quietly, respectfully. If you found this story calming, or it made you wonder just a little bit deeper, consider liking the video, leaving a comment with your own experience, or subscribing to the channel. It helps us build a calm space for quiet questions like this. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine standing before that doorway, the canyon silent around you, the sky soft above. You run your fingers along the edge of the stone. It's smooth, cold, solid. You feel something behind it, but you don't know what. And that's okay. You take a breath. You sit quietly. You don't try to force it open. You just let the mystery be there. Because sometimes the deepest peace comes not from knowing, but from wondering. Metal railings. You're hiking through a quiet canyon. The air is dry, the wind light. Dust swirls beneath your boots with every step. You've followed the trail for hours, up narrow paths, down steep ledges, through winding stone corridors that seem to fold in on themselves. Then, without warning, something strange appears. A metal railing, standing alone, rusted, solid, unshaken by time. There's no sign pointing to it, no trail map mentioning it, no explanation for how it got here. It just exists. And in that moment, the silence feels louder. You're no longer just walking through nature. You're walking through a question. Have you ever come across something like that? Something man-made in a place that feels completely wild? Maybe it was a fence deep in the forest, or a broken pole in a field with no wires attached, or even a staircase in an old building that leads to nowhere. These things stop us, make us think. If you've seen something like this, feel free to share it in the comments, because these small details, scattered across different places, might just connect us in ways we don't expect. Back in this canyon, the metal railings are found deep in the cliffs, far from regular trails. Some are short, others stretch along rocky ledges like old guardrails. They don't seem to lead anywhere useful. They're not protecting anything. And no one seems to know who placed them there. They aren't new. Rust clings to them like time's quiet fingerprint. Some are bent, others perfectly straight, some half buried in rock, and yet they all feel strangely deliberate. Not random, not accidental, like someone placed them for a reason, but forgot to leave the reason behind. It's like finding a bookmark in a book you've never read. You didn't put it there. You don't know who did. But now it sits between pages, marking a moment you don't understand, and you wonder what story was being told here, what chapter was left unfinished. The mystery of the railings becomes even deeper when you realize there's no record of them, no blueprint, no construction log, no historical marker. In a world where almost everything leaves a trace, these don't. They simply are. That leads people to ask, were they part of an old path that's now erased? Did someone try to build a trail long ago, then stop halfway through? Or were they placed for a reason we can't yet imagine? Think of it like finding a password to a locked computer, but having no idea what the password unlocks. You have a piece of the puzzle, but not the full picture, so your mind fills the gaps. And in doing so, it creates meaning, even when none is given. We do this all the time. When a friend stops replying to messages, we don't just accept the silence, we wonder why. When a teacher suddenly cancels a class, we try to guess the reason. When something doesn't add up, our brain steps in to solve the equation. But what if some puzzles are never meant to be solved? What if they exist simply to remind us that we're not meant to know everything? These metal railings feel like one of those puzzles, and it's not just about the physical mystery, it's what they represent. You're walking in a place shaped by nature, by wind, time, and pressure, and then you meet something artificial, something made by hands. And in that moment, two worlds meet, the natural and the constructed, the known and the unknown. It's like when you hear an old song out of nowhere. You're shopping, you're driving, and suddenly, there it is. A song from your past. One that brings back memories so quickly, you almost forget where you are. That moment becomes something more than sound. It becomes a door to something deeper. These railings feel the same. They act as doors, not to places, but to thoughts, to possibilities, to the idea that even in the most untouched places, something or someone was here before us, and they left something behind. Sometimes people try to explain it away. Maybe it was an abandoned project, a safety measure from decades ago, a leftover piece of a forgotten plan. But even if that's true, the feeling they give doesn't go away, because it's not just about the answer, it's about the question, why here? Why now? Why like this? And that question touches something deep in us, the way we seek meaning, the way we connect things, the way we hold on to mystery, not because it scares us, but because it humbles us, reminds us that the world is older, wider, and stranger than we imagine. You see it in relationships too. Sometimes people drift away and we don't know why. They don't leave a note or a reason, just distance. And we're left with pieces, old messages, shared memories, photos, like little railings in the mind, markers of what once was. And like those in the cliffs, they're hard to let go of because they meant something once, even if that meaning is now buried. Even in technology we find echoes of this, old files on a forgotten hard drive, apps that no longer open, programs written in code no one remembers. We keep these digital railings too, pieces of the past that seem too meaningful to delete, but too strange to fully understand. And maybe that's the heart of the paradox, that sometimes it's not what a thing does that gives it value. It's what it makes us feel. These railings don't move. They don't guide, but they awaken a sense of wonder. And in that wonder, they serve a purpose greater than any function. They remind us that there's more to the world than what we can explain. So tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, picture yourself there, standing on a quiet ledge, the wind brushing your skin, the sky soft and endless above. Before you, an old metal railing, cold, rusted, still. It doesn't speak. It doesn't lead, but it waits, like a whisper of the past, like a question in the present. You don't need to know the full story. You just need to be still with it, to let it rest in your thoughts like a stone in your palm, solid, silent, full of weight and wonder. And if this story made you feel even a small sense of peace, of curiosity, or of connection, consider liking the video, leaving a comment about something strange you've seen, or subscribing to the channel. Together, we can keep exploring the quiet puzzles that the world leaves behind. Because in the end, not every path has a map. Not every railing needs a trail, and not every mystery needs an answer. Sometimes the wondering is enough. Carved symbols. Have you ever stumbled upon a scratch in the wall or a small doodle on a coffee shop table that made you pause? A simple line, a tiny shape, but it felt like it meant something more, like it was trying to tell you a story. That small moment, when your mind drifts and wonders who drew it and why, is the same feeling people get when they see carved symbols on canyon walls, symbols that no one can quite identify. Imagine leaning close to a rock face, tracing your finger along a perfectly straight line etched into the stone. It doesn't look like any letters, you know? It doesn't match any native language of the region. It's as if someone from long ago took the time to leave a message, but then left before explaining what it meant. If you've ever come across mysterious markings, maybe in an old building, on a tree, or even in a book, share your experience or location below. It helps us all feel connected, like a thread linking our own small puzzles to something much larger. Maybe it was a friend's house, a quiet corner of a park, or an abandoned factory. No matter where it was, that moment of wonder tends to stay. With us, think about a day when you finally understood something you'd been stuck on, like solving a math problem after staring at it for hours. You see the answer, write it down, and suddenly everything clicks. But what if that last step never came? What if you found a formula carved into the desk, but it didn't match anything you learned in class? That confusion mixed with curiosity captures what it feels like to encounter symbols that don't fit any known system. We want to complete the puzzle. We want closure. But when the symbols don't match, the puzzle stays open. In a sunlit canyon, where the red rocks glow golden in the late afternoon, a hiker might slip and fall for a moment, catch themselves, and then notice something odd. Smooth rock suddenly covered in neat glyphs. These symbols stand out against the rough texture. They're not random scratches. They are deliberate. Someone took the time to carve them with purpose. Yet they do not resemble the pictographs or petroglyphs of local tribes. They don't look like the runes of ancient Europeans. They aren't simple tally marks or boundary signs. They are unidentifiable. This small discovery leads to big questions. Were these symbols made by travelers from far away? Did they belong to a lost group that passed through here long ago? Or did they come from a time before any known settlers arrived? Perhaps an artist or a storyteller who wanted to leave a riddle in stone. When we find something that doesn't fit our map of history, our curiosity lights up. It's the same spark that makes us stay up late reading a ghost story or watching a documentary about the unknown. We want to know more. Sometimes these symbols look like lines and curves that almost resemble letters. Other times, they're shapes that seem inspired by animals or plants, but don't match any species we know. A few glyphs might look like a circle with a dot in the center, reminding us of the sun or an eye. Others extend in jagged lines that seem to move even though they're frozen in stone. Each shape pulls at our imagination, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle laid out on the table, but with no picture on the box to guide us. Imagine sitting at a cafe, sipping a warm drink on a rainy afternoon, and looking out the window to see people walking umbrellas blooming like flowers in the drizzle. Suddenly, you notice someone drawing a symbol in the fog on the glass. You lean in, but before you can ask, they wipe it away. That fleeting moment of wonder, that urge to ask, "What did you mean by that?" is the same urge that catches us when we see those ancient symbols in the canyon. We want the meaning. We want the story. But sometimes the moment slips away before we can catch it. When hikers and researchers first reported these symbols, they took photos and notes. They compared them to all known records, archaeological surveys, tribal records, historical texts. Nothing matched. Even experts in ancient languages scratched their heads. That absence of explanation can feel unsettling, but it can also feel comforting, like a quiet space where our minds are free to wander. It reminds us that the Earth holds layers of stories, some we know, and some we've yet to uncover. This strange mystery touches a deeper theme: the way we build beliefs. We collect evidence, we read books, we trust experts, and yet something as simple as a carved symbol can challenge all of that. It asks us to consider the unknown, to sit with possibility, to feel the soft tension between what we believe and what we still want to learn. It's a gentle reminder that belief doesn't always need proof, and sometimes curiosity is enough to fill a quiet moment. Think of language as a living thing. Words evolve, meanings shift, new words get born. In our own lives, we might use words or inside jokes that no one else understands. Maybe you and a friend share a nickname. You say bluebird, and it means something only you two know. To everyone else, it's just a bird. But to you, it's an invitation. Those canyon symbols could be like private words in stone. Messages, meant for a small circle, a group long gone, or even for themselves. They may never have shared them with others. They may never have left a key. That idea isn't far from how our minds work. Sometimes we think in images or feelings or abstract shapes. We might sketch a doodle in a notebook to remember something. Later, when we come back, we see the doodle and recall a moment. But if we lose the key to what it meant, who wrote it, why, and when, our memory stays just out of reach. We see the shape, we feel the feeling, but the full story remains hidden. For mental health, these symbols can be a gentle comfort. They teach us that it's okay not to have all the answers. It's okay to let questions float without weight. In a world that pushes us to find solutions quickly, sometimes a carved symbol in stone asks us to pause, to breathe, to let mystery be a companion, not a problem. That pause can bring a sense of calm. It reminds us that not everything needs immediate resolution. Even in technology, we see echoes of this. AI systems learn from data, words, images, sounds. But when something falls outside their data, they can't explain it. They might guess or create something new, but they cannot truly understand what wasn't part of their training. If an AI tried to decode those canyon glyphs, it might match them to something similar. But if they truly stand alone, symbols never seen before, the AI might just say, unknown. It's a reminder that some things remain beyond patterns. As you lie down tonight, picture the cool touch of stone under your fingers. Imagine slowly tracing the lines of those symbols. The sun sliding down the canyon walls as the shadows deepen. The air still, the world quieting, leaving only the soft hum of wind in the distance. Let your mind follow each carved line, not to force an answer, but to savor the mystery of silence. Notice how the shapes feel warm or cool under your imagination, some blocks of the puzzle that keep us gently wondering. If this soft exploration of carved symbols brought a spark of wonder to your evening, please consider liking this video, sharing a comment about a moment of mystery you've experienced, and subscribing to the channel. There are more quiet journeys ahead, stories that invite you to hold a question close and feel the calm of not knowing. In the end, these symbols whisper across time. They don't shout, they don't demand. They gently ask us to remember that the world is woven from stories, some written in books, and some etched in stone. And sometimes the most beautiful part is the space between the lines, where our minds can wander freely, listening to the quiet echo of what might have been. Let that echo guide you into a peaceful sleep, where each carved line becomes a soft journey in dreams. Deep tunnel. Imagine standing at the edge of a rocky crevice, where the daylight fades quickly into shadow. You lean forward, curious, and peer down into a darkness so deep that your flashlight feels pointless. It vanishes into blackness almost immediately. No echoes, no breeze, just stillness, as if the earth has opened and swallowed the light. That moment of hesitation, when you wonder what lies below and whether it's safe to step closer, feels both thrilling and unsettling. Have you ever encountered a place where your own imagination seemed bigger than reality? If so, Share where you were in the comments. Your story might help someone else feel connected, even when the ground seems to shift beneath us. Stories drift among explorers and locals of a hidden entrance carved into a canyon wall. From its mouth, the earth drops straight down, or so they say, for miles. They call it the Deep Tunnel. No one knows exactly where that entrance lies, because every map that ever showed it seems to blur at that point. Some who claim to have stood at the rim describe a faint whistle of wind coming up from deep below, as if the tunnel itself is breathing. Others recall placing a small rock at the edge and never hearing it hit bottom. It's as if the tunnel leads to the center of the world, or to nowhere we can ever hope to reach. When you think of a tunnel, you might imagine a well-lit subway or a concrete passage under a highway. But this is different. This is nature and mystery combined. It's a place where geology meets legend, and its secrets seem to go deeper than any ordinary cave. Imagine trying to rappel down a rock face without a rope. You'd hesitate, breathe deeply, and maybe your heart would pound faster than usual. That's how it feels to consider venturing into a tunnel without end, a place shaped by time and pressure, not by human hands. We walk on solid ground all our lives, but this tunnel reminds us how fragile that feeling is, and how little we actually know about what lies beneath our feet. In everyday life, we sometimes feel like we're looking down a deep tunnel when we face a challenge that seems endless. Studying for a big exam, for example, can feel like climbing down into unknown territory. Each page you turn reveals more information, more pressure, and the path ahead seems to stretch on without a clear bottom. Or when you experience a difficult season in life, an illness, a tough breakup, or the loss of someone you love, it can feel as though you're descending into a darkness that has no end in sight. That feeling of uncertainty, of not knowing how deep the struggle goes, connects us to the mystery of a deep tunnel. And though the canyon's tunnel might be a physical place, in our minds it becomes a mirror for our hidden fears and hopes. Some travelers say that, on certain days, you can feel the air rush out of the tunnel as the wind changes direction. They speak of temperatures dropping, even when the sun beats down just a few feet away. It's as if the tunnel reaches into a world where the sun doesn't shine. That sudden cold can surprise you. It can make your skin prickle and the hair on your arms stand up. In the same way, we all experience sudden chills in our own lives. Moments when we grasp a truth so unexpected that it leaves us shivering inside. Perhaps you once received news that stopped you in your tracks, a phone call you weren't ready for, or a memory that surfaced without warning. Those moments are like standing at the ridge of the tunnel and feeling its hidden world pressing back against you. Legends say that the tunnel shifts over time, that erosion, rockfalls, and shifting layers reshape its entrance, sometimes hiding it completely, only for it to reappear later under a different rock or ridge. That idea reminds us of how our own past can shift in our memory. We might forget a detail for years, only to recall it suddenly when we see an old photograph or hear a familiar song. The landscape of our mind mirrors the shifting rock of the tunnel entrance, sometimes clear, sometimes hidden. And those shifts teach us that not all mysteries remain the same. They evolve, just as we do. If you imagine a torch flickering at the edge of that tunnel, its light would die quickly, leaving you in almost total blackness. You might hold up your hand and see only a faint outline, as if your arm belongs to someone else. That sense of disorientation can be unsettling. It reminds us how much we rely on sight, on familiarity, on what we recognize. When we lose those anchors, even for a moment, we become aware of how big the world really is and how small we are within it. That awareness can be both humbling and comforting. It reminds us that mystery exists and that accepting it can bring a gentle peace rather than fear. Beliefs often guide how we react to the unknown. Some people believe that tunnels like this connect to underground rivers or hidden lakes. Others think they lead to ancient places, perhaps where people once built hidden refuges. A few whisper that the tunnel might be a passage to a lost world, one that existed before our own histories. If you hold a belief in something larger than what you see, that tunnel feels like a promise of connection to something timeless. If you lean toward skepticism, it feels like a reminder that not every question needs an answer. Both ways bring us closer to a sense of wonder. In life, wonder can be a gentle friend that helps us accept mystery without needing to solve it immediately. Language itself struggles to capture the depth of such places. We use words like endless, bottomless, infinite, but they fall short. They hint at the feeling but don't convey the echo that seems to come up from the depths. Those echoes can be soft, like wind across dry grass, or loud, like a drumbeat that never stops. When you stand near the edge, you might hear nothing at all, but you still sense the pull of something vast. In the same way, words in our memory can feel empty, just letters on a page, unless we connect them to the feeling they represent. That's the paradox of language. Sometimes it brings us close to meaning, and other times it only highlights what we can't fully grasp. Our mental health often echoes these patterns of hidden tunnels. We may feel fine on the surface, walking a familiar path, greeting each day as it comes. Yet, beneath, our thoughts might swirl with questions we can't answer. Doubts about our worth, anxieties about the future, or memories that tug at our heart. We sense a depth we can't map. Just like that canyon tunnel, our thoughts sometimes feel bottomless. But there's a gentle lesson here. Acknowledging that we can't always see the end of our own journey can help us find compassion. If we don't rush to fill every empty space with an answer, we can learn to rest in the quiet and trust that, in time, we may discover what we need. Even in AI and technology, we encounter deep tunnels. Algorithms delve into massive data sets, searching for patterns and meaning. But when they encounter data they can't interpret, they produce errors or simply stop. That digital uncertainty feels similar to standing at the tunnel's mouth. It reminds us that whether we're human or machine, some depths remain beyond our reach, at least for now. And maybe that's a good thing, because it means there's still room for creativity, intuition, and hope. Tonight, as you settle into calm and quiet, picture the sun sliding behind a rock wall, casting shadows that grow long and still. The air cools. The world hushes. Now, imagine standing at the very edge of that deep tunnel. Lean forward. Let your breath catch for a moment as you peer into the dark. Feel your heart slow and your senses open. You don't need to step inside. Just notice the stillness. Notice the pull of the unknown. And let it be enough. If this gentle exploration of the deep tunnel brought a sense of calm or curiosity, please consider tapping the like button and subscribing to the channel. Share in the comments if you've ever felt like you were standing at the edge of a hidden passage in your own life, where answers were out of sight and yet your heart beat with wonder. And if you'd like, hit the bell so you can join me next time, when we wander together into another quiet corner of the world, seeking the gentle hum of mystery. For now, allow your mind to rest in the quiet of the canyon. Let the tunnel's darkness remind you that not all spaces need to be filled. Some are meant for reflection, for rest, and for the soft comfort of not knowing. Drift into sleep with an open heart and let the quiet depths carry you into gentle dreams. Unknown technology. Imagine holding a small metal object in your hand that feels warm without any power source. It glows faintly, just enough to light a dark room, and hums softly, as if alive. You tap it gently, and it vibrates back. But when you bring it to a scientist, their instruments show no battery, no circuit, no material they recognize. It seems to resist every test. That moment, when something you hold does not match what you've learned, can leave you awestruck. Have you ever touched or seen something in your daily life that felt off? Like an old watch ticking when you thought the battery was dead, or a houseplant thriving in a windowless corner? Share where you felt that unexpected spark in the comments. Your experience might help others see that the world still holds surprises. In the hidden corners of some caves and canyons, explorers tell of finding artifacts that behave unlike anything from our known history. One relic might be a small stone tablet etched with unfamiliar symbols, yet it glows softly in the dark. Another could be a metal object shaped like a key, but when you try to unlock a door with it, nothing happens. Instead, it hums in rhythm with your heartbeat. A hiker once found a ring embedded in rock that fit their finger perfectly. Yet when removed, it left no mark and could not be scratched by steel. These stories circulate quietly among those who felt that strange mix of wonder and confusion, as if touching an ancient secret that refuses to fully reveal itself. Consider a simple day when your phone battery reads 0, and you're sure it's dead, but then you plug it in, and it not only charges instantly, it shows more power than a full battery should hold. You stare at the screen, puzzled. How did it charge without a charger? That same sense of "how is this possible?" washes over someone who touches a glowing statuette with no visible source of light. Our minds leap to familiar explanations, maybe a hidden battery or a small LED. Yet when experts examine these artifacts, they find nothing. No circuits, no wires, no chemical reactions. Just an object that seems to defy the rules we rely on. On an average morning, you might boil water for tea. The kettle heats because electricity flows through coils. You understand this because you see wires, you hear the click of a switch. But with these artifacts, there are no wires. There's no clear energy source. Yet they glow and hum. It's as if they draw power from the air, or from some part of reality we have not yet charted. That gap between what we expect and what we experience creates a gentle tension in our minds. It nudges us to ask, what else might we not fully understand about this world? Some say these items spark more than wonder. They spark belief. In a way, they remind us that history, nature, and technology might be far more intertwined than we think. If an object made centuries ago can still glow and hum today, it suggests a level of skill and understanding that challenges our ideas of the past. Maybe our ancestors had knowledge we lost over time. Maybe they discovered ways to harness energy from the earth itself, ways we have not yet rediscovered. On the other hand, skeptics wonder if there was ever anything supernatural at all. They ask if the stories are simply modern myths passed along by travelers who let their imaginations run free. That question, whether something truly unknown exists or if it is merely a story, teaches us about belief itself. How much do we trust what we see? And how much do we trust the explanations we have? When it comes to language, these artifacts create a silent gap. We use words like technology to mean tools and machines made by humans. But when an artifact resists all tests, we don't have the right words to describe it. It's not quite magic. It's not quite science, at least not the science we know. That gap in language shows us the limits of our vocabulary. It reminds us that even hundreds of years of research and thousands of words cannot always capture every mystery. Sometimes we have to sit with silence, to let the unknown exist without a label. In our own lives, we feel this gap every day. We speak in phrases that aren't fully explained. When someone says, "I just know," or "it feels right," they're talking about a sense that can't be pinned down by words. We nod, even if we don't fully understand. We trust that. There are parts of experience that don't need strict definitions. Those parts give our world color. They make life feel bigger than a series of equations or facts. Mental health also connects to this idea. When someone experiences anxiety or depression, they often search for clear reasons or solutions. Yet sometimes the cause cannot be found. A person can feel heavy sadness without a nameable trigger. They might try every test, therapy, medication, rest, but the feeling hums on, like an artifact whose power source is unseen. In those moments, the unknown can feel overwhelming, but it also teaches us compassion. It reminds us that some things cannot be measured, some pains cannot be explained away, and that simple truth can hold a quiet comfort. You're not broken, even if there is no quick fix. Even AI and technology face these unknowns. We create algorithms to identify patterns in data, images, text, sounds. But if an artifact's glow or hum does not fit any known pattern, the AI cannot explain it. It might classify it as anomaly or unknown, but beyond that, it has no meaningful label. That moment highlights how, Even with vast amounts of data, there are still unknown spaces in our knowledge. It reminds us that progress in AI depends not only on data, but on our willingness to sit with questions that don't yet have answers. In relationships, this same tension appears. Sometimes you meet someone who seems to understand you without a word. There's a hum of connection that can't be fully explained. Or you finish a conversation and feel a glow inside, as if the other person simply shone a light on a part of your heart. You don't need a scientific explanation for that feeling. You just know it's real. These unknown connections, these glows and hums between people are like the artifacts. They remind us that some things matter not because we can measure them, but because we feel them. If you've ever encountered something that glowed or hummed, or if you've felt a sense of wonder you couldn't explain, please share it in the comments. Your story might be the spark someone else needs to feel less alone in their own mystery. And if you've ever found an object or a moment that seemed to defy explanation, maybe a pocket knife that stayed sharp for decades, or a book that always stayed on the same page no matter how many times you read it, tell us about it. These gentle mysteries weave us together. Now, if you enjoy exploring these quiet puzzles, please tap the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell so you'll be here when we wander next into the soft spaces between knowing and not knowing. Each week, we'll share a new story, a new artifact of wonder, and we'll learn how to rest with questions that may never be fully answered. As you settle into the silence of your room, close your eyes and imagine holding that glowing object. One more time. Feel the gentle warmth on your skin. Hear the gentle hum that vibrates beneath your fingertips. Let that hum drift through your mind like a lullaby, a reminder that even in darkness, there can be light. Let the glow guide you into peaceful sleep where questions and answers softly mingle like shadows and moonlight. Buried truth. Imagine discovering something that could rewrite our history, an artifact so old and so full of meaning that it changes the way we think about our ancestors, their skills, and their beliefs. You hold it in your hands and feel its weight, both physical and symbolic. Then, without warning, everyone who spoke about it is told to be quiet. Records vanish. Experts stop talking. And you're left wondering, why would anyone silence a discovery of this magnitude? Have you ever stumbled upon a secret that felt too big to share? Perhaps a family story no one talks about, or an old letter you found tucked away in a drawer? If so, share your experience in the comments below. You might be surprised by how many people have felt that same hush. When something this important is found, you might expect celebration. Researchers would gather. Articles would be published. Museums would display photos. But instead, the story is buried. That silence carries its own weight, like a heavy blanket that muffles every sound. It makes us pause and ask, who decides that certain truths must stay hidden, and for what reasons? Sometimes, in our everyday lives, we hesitate to share something simple, like how we really feel about a friend or why we're struggling at work. We keep it inside, worried about judgment or conflict. That small choice to stay silent feels familiar. But when the stakes are so high, when a find could change our understanding of ourselves, it's harder to accept why it must be silenced. Imagine, you're studying for an important exam and you discover the answer key in a quiet corner of the library. You know how much that would matter to everyone else who's also preparing. You might want to share it, but you're told, keep it to yourself. Suddenly, the knowledge becomes dangerous. It shifts from being a gift to being a burden. The find in our canyon feels like that answer key. It's too valuable, too unsettling, and maybe too powerful to share openly. And so someone, an unknown someone, decides to bury it. There are many reasons this might happen. One is fear. When a discovery threatens the story we've always told about who we are and where we come from, it can feel scary. Our sense of identity can be delicate. If we learn that our history is different from what we thought, if we see evidence that someone arrived on this land centuries before our textbooks say, then the way we see ourselves could shift overnight. That fear can make people decide it's easier to stay silent and let things remain as they were. It's similar to relationships. Think about a family secret that everyone agrees to keep. Maybe there was a disagreement generations ago, or a choice someone made that no one wants to discuss. When the secret stays buried, the family story remains simple. But if that secret is revealed, everything changes. Old wounds can reopen, and people have to face truths they've avoided. In the same way, a find of great magnitude can reopen questions about belonging, heritage, and power. Another reason is politics. When discoveries involve land rights, resources, or even national pride, there's often a push to control the narrative. If an artifact suggests that a particular group was here first, or that a well-known story isn't the full story, that can have far-reaching consequences. Governments, institutions, or powerful groups might worry that sharing the truth could lead to new demands, claims for reparations, changes in policy, or shifts in how land is owned and governed. In our daily lives, we sometimes keep information private because we fear how others might react. We might have a disagreement with a neighbor and decide it's better to keep it under wraps rather than cause a larger conflict. On a grander scale, that same principle can apply to discoveries that could unite or divide entire communities. Cultural sensitivity also plays a role. Some findings involve sacred objects or places that certain communities consider private or spiritual. Sharing those finds publicly can feel disrespectful. Imagine visiting a sacred site in another country and snapping a photo of a ceremony without permission. It might give you a stunning image, but it violates the trust and traditions of those who hold that place dear. In the canyon, if artifacts are tied to spiritual or ceremonial practices of a community, perhaps a tribe or group of people who once lived here, then revealing those artifacts could feel like exposing something meant to stay hidden. For the community, silence might be a way to honor that sacred trust, even if others see it as unnecessary secrecy. Economic interests can also shape what gets shared and what stays hidden. Imagine you discover a natural spring of pure water in an area companies want to develop. That spring could become a major resource for bottled water. Those with stakes in selling something else, be it land, minerals, or water, might not want that discovery broadcast to the world. Similarly, if artifacts or rare materials are found, their value on the open market could make them targets for theft, exploitation, or illegal trade. Institutions might decide it's safer to keep the location quiet to protect what's there. But that protective silence still leaves many questions. Who is truly protected, and at what cost? On a personal level, when someone close to us hides a truth, it can feel like a betrayal. You might wonder if they didn't trust you or if they thought you weren't strong enough to handle the truth. That same feeling arises when a community or institution hides a discovery. People wonder if they aren't trusted to handle the truth or if they would misuse it. These doubts erode trust, and trust, once broken, is hard to rebuild. There's also a simpler, more human reason: disappointment. When you share an idea that no one believes, perhaps a project at work or a vision for your life, you might feel dismissed. Over time, you might stop sharing dreams for fear of being laughed at. That quiet discouragement can build a wall around your curiosity. For those who first saw the find, they might have shared it with trusted colleagues or friends, only to be told, "That can't be right." Their hope to be heard might die with that reaction, and so they stop talking, and the truth goes quiet. Language itself can both reveal and hide truth. Think of the words you use when you talk about your own feelings. You might say, "I'm fine," even when you're not. Those two simple words can cover a deep truth you're not ready to share. In the canyon story, historians or scientists might have used cautious language, possible, uncertain, unverified, to describe the find. That soft language can lull others into believing it's not a big deal. But possible and uncertain are often placeholders for "we don't know yet." That gap in language can be a place where silence grows, because it's neither a clear yes nor a clear no. It's a quiet space that invites more uncertainty. From a mental health perspective, carrying an important truth in silence can weigh heavily on those who know it. It's like carrying a secret burden that no one else can feel. Over time, that burden can become heavy, leading to anxiety or stress. We all know how it feels to keep a worry hidden under a brave face. In the canyon's story, those who believed in the find may have felt pressured to stay silent. Each day, they might have wondered if they were wrong, or if they were protecting something bigger than themselves. That quiet weight shows us how silence can hurt just as much as loud conflict. Even AI connects to this theme. Algorithms learn from data. But when data is missing or suppressed, the AI's model is incomplete. If thousands of pages of records are removed from a database, the AI's understanding of history shifts. It fills gaps with assumptions or ignores the missing piece altogether. Behind the scenes of big discoveries, data, photos, reports, measurements may be deliberately left out. That absence changes how both humans and machines see the world. It reminds us that what's not said can matter as much as what is said. Tonight, as you settle into quiet, breathe and think gently about any truth you've held close but felt afraid to share. Maybe it was a small secret, like a surprise gift you were planning, or a worry you didn't want to burden others with. Notice the tightness in your chest when you remember it, and then let that feeling soften. Imagine the truth as a small seed in your hand. Some seeds sprout quickly, others need time, water, and gentle light. Sometimes it's okay to plant that seed in silence. Let it rest until you're ready to speak, or until you find someone who will listen without fear. If this reflection on why a find of great magnitude might be silenced resonated with you, please consider tapping the like button and subscribing to the channel. Share in the comments a moment when you felt a truth had to be buried, whether for reasons of fear, respect, or hope. Your story may help someone else feel seen, understood, and not alone in carrying their own buried truth. As darkness settles outside and your mind drifts, remember the power of questions left unanswered. Not all silent truths are meant to stay buried forever. Some rest until the time is right, some never fully surface, and some simply remind us that the world is as deep and quiet as we allow ourselves to be gentle and curious. Let that thought hold you as you drift into sleep, calm and open to the mysteries that live quietly around us. Military Zone. Imagine hiking through a quiet canyon, the sun warm on your back and the wind gently rustling the sagebrush, when you round a bend and suddenly see signs warning you to turn back. Military Zone, no trespassing. Your heart skips a beat. You thought you were just exploring nature, but now you realize you're close to what someone once called a hidden cave, tucked into the cliffs. That sudden shift, from calm curiosity to alert caution, feels like stepping from one world into another. Have you ever been somewhere that felt open and free, only to discover a barrier or warning that changed everything? If you have, share your experience in the comments so we can all connect over that moment when freedom meets restriction. These restricted military areas sit just a stone's throw from the spot where locals tell stories of an ancient cave filled with strange relics. The land here is vast and mostly empty. Rocky hills, scattered pinyon pines, and dry creek beds echoing the past. But where the terrain might seem safe for casual exploration, the presence of authorized personnel only signs reminds you that this isn't just wilderness. It's also part of a region used for training, testing, or protecting secrets that no one quite explains. The abruptness of those signs can feel startling, like finding a locked door in the middle of your own home. One moment you're free to wander. The next, you're standing at a boundary you cannot cross. Think of a time when you learned that a simple path you walked every day was suddenly closed. Maybe a shortcut to school blocked by construction, or a favorite trail in the park, fenced off for maintenance. That feeling of being told, "not today," can leave you standing still, wondering what's on the other side. It's a reminder that even in places we assume are open, there can be hidden borders. In this canyon, it's not just about a blocked path. It's about a hidden world that might lie just beyond. What if that cave did exist, housing artifacts that challenge our history? The military zone suggests someone wants to keep us from finding out. For many people, military zones bring to mind strict rules, unseen guards, and the possibility of trouble if you wander too close. Even if you've never been near one, you can imagine the feeling. A nod of confusion and awe, like when you hear a loud plane overhead or see a convoy passing by on a highway you thought was just for trucks. You instinctively step back, slow your pace, and wonder why the rules are so different here. And yet there's another layer of intrigue. Why protect this land so carefully? If this area were truly empty, why would it need fences and patrols? Those questions can spin through your mind as you stand at the edge of restricted land, peering at the cliffs beyond. In daily life, we often accept that certain places are off-limits without questioning much. Maybe it's the back entrance to a busy office building, marked staff only. You don't need to work there to know you can't use it. That brief rule keeps the flow of people safe and organized. But when a military zone stands near a cave rumored to hold ancient secrets, accepting the boundary feels different. It carries a whisper of something bigger, of stories lost and truths unsaid. It's as if the earth itself is guarding a secret, and the signs are just reminders of that silent watch. Sometimes, these restricted lands are used for training exercises, jet planes roaring overhead, test equipment hidden among the ridges, and guards patrolling on foot. Yet those activities seem ordinary to those in the know. To an outsider, they feel like echoes of something more. A hum of unseen engines, distant booms silenced by the rock walls, and the faint smell of smoke from a test fire. These signs of activity can make you feel small, like you're just a visitor passing through a space that belongs to a story much bigger than your own. It's easy to imagine hidden bunkers or secret labs, even if the truth is less dramatic. Our minds fill the silence with possibilities. Notice how the mind works when you stand at the edge of a restricted area. You might think, there must be a good reason. That thought reminds us of how we trust signs and rules to guide us. But then a second thought might creep in. What are they hiding? That question can feel both thrilling and uneasy. It's the same shift you feel when a teacher says, "This isn't on the test," or when a parent says, "This is our little secret." Suddenly, you want to know more. You realize that sometimes not being allowed to see makes the thing you're kept from feel more important. Belief plays a role too. If you believe that governments hide things to protect us, then a military zone feels reasonable, a protective measure to keep us safe from dangers we can't understand. On the other hand, if you believe that secrets can lead to greater harm, you might fear what might be hidden here. Your feelings about authority, trust, and history all influence how you see that fence in the desert. The simple rule, "do not cross," becomes a mirror reflecting your beliefs, your fears, and your hopes about what lies beyond. Language adds another layer. We say military training area and assume it means careful preparation or harmless drills. But words like military and restricted carry weight. They bring images of uniforms, weapons, and strict orders. Those words shape our reaction. If the sign said nature reserve, we'd think differently about stepping past. Words can comfort us or make us hesitate. They're small pulleys that lift the weight of meaning. In that canyon, they remind us how a few letters on a sign can change the whole landscape of our thoughts. In our minds, restricted areas often feel like puzzles we must not solve right now. We respect the signs, but our curiosity lingers. It's like a memory buried under other memories, present, but not fully remembered. We may never cross that boundary, but the boundary itself tells a story. It tells us that some parts of the world, like some truths, are reserved for those who have permission. And that notion can sit uneasily next to the idea that knowledge belongs to everyone. When we think about mental health, boundaries can be both helpful and painful. Setting limits, knowing where to say no, protects our energy and our well-being. But barriers can also isolate us. If someone we love sets a boundary without explanation, we might feel shut out or confused. We wonder what we did wrong. The canyon's fence does something similar. It keeps intruders out. It protects whatever lies beyond. But for the curious hiker or the history enthusiast, it also shuts out something they wish to discover. That tension between safety and separation is part of being human. Even in the digital world, we see similar lines. Think of websites that require a login. If you don't have the password, you see a blank screen or a prompt. You may not know what's there, and that lack can feel frustrating. Or consider articles behind a paywall. You can read the headline, but the details are hidden unless you subscribe. That boundary can motivate you to pay or find another way. In the canyon, the restricted area sign is a real-world paywall. It asks for permission we don't have. It invites us to wonder about what lies beyond for those who do. As the sun begins to set and the air turns cool, imagine standing at that boundary once more. The colors of the canyon deepen. Reds and golds sway to dusk. The wind picks up a little, carrying a faint hum of activity from inside the zone. Your heart slows as you realize this isn't a place for footsteps to echo against rock. It's a place for silence, for watching, for waiting. And in that silence, you may feel both a gentle pull toward the mystery and a soft respect for the rule that keeps you back. Before we explore more, please take a moment to tap the like button if you've ever encountered a boundary that felt both protective and intriguing. Subscribe if you'd like to walk with us through more stories where nature, rules, and mystery meet. And ring the bell to be here for our next journey. There's a world of quiet wonders waiting just beyond each sign. Tonight, let that thought carry you into peace. Picture the boundary in your mind, its color stark against stone, its message, clear yet inviting. Let it remind you of the balance between freedom and restraint, curiosity and respect. As you drift into sleep, imagine the wind carrying echoes from beyond the fence, a gentle hum of secrets that may stay hidden, reminding us that some paths are not yet ours to walk, and that sometimes wonder thrives right where permission ends. A time distortion. Imagine glancing at your watch as you step into a quiet canyon where the air feels still, and when you look again, hours seem to have slipped away like sand through your fingers, though it felt like only minutes had passed. You shake your head, trying to make sense of how time could stretch and warp, leaving you uncertain if you spent an hour or a whole afternoon in that silent space. Have you ever had a moment when you looked at the clock and the hands seemed to move faster or slower than you expected? Maybe you lost track of time during a deep conversation or found yourself startled when a quick nap turned into several hours of sleep. If you've experienced moments when time felt off, whether in a crowded city or a quiet room, please share your story in the comments below. We can all learn from how each of us feels when the ordinary flow of minutes becomes something more mysterious. Before we explore this further, if you enjoy gentle stories that invite calm curiosity, please tap the like button, leave a comment, and subscribe so you won't miss any future journeys into the whispers of our world. Near the site of the rumored cave, a few visitors and local guides described their watches suddenly jumping ahead or stalling entirely, as if the canyon itself was playing with the rules of hours and minutes. Some say they felt a brief dizziness, like they were stepping off a small amusement park ride, though there were no crowds or flashing lights, only the deep hush of rocks and wind. One hiker recounted pressing his phone to document the moment, only to find that the timestamp had skipped backward, showing a time that couldn't be right. Another told how he sat down to rest beside a small pool of water, intending to take just a quick break, but when he finally rose, the sun had dipped below the horizon. In everyday life, you might glance at a clock while cooking and think, it must be almost dinner, only to find outside that twilight has already settled in. Or perhaps you've felt your phone's alarm ring and dismissed it, thinking it was early, only to discover that you've slept past your usual waking time by an hour or two. We all know those small surprises when our sense of time tricks us, but near this site, the distortions feel deeper, like a gentle ripple that grows into a wave, pulling you away from the steady shore of minutes and hours. As you wander through familiar routines, studying for exams, waiting for a bus, or chatting with friends, you might often feel moments where time itself seems to slow or speed up. You rush through homework and think, that took no time at all. Or you wait for a friend who's late and watch the minutes stretch like elastic. In both cases, your mind shapes how you experience time. When you're focused, minutes vanish. When you're bored or anxious, seconds can drag endlessly. That same principle seems to apply in this canyon, but amplified by something in the air or the rock, subtly nudging your perception beyond ordinary bounds. It's a reminder that our sense of time is not only measured by clocks and calendars, but also by our attention, our emotions, and perhaps by unseen forces in the world around us. Some who felt this time distortion say it shifts more than just hours. It shifts how they think and feel. In one story, a small group of friends gathered at a campfire near the cave's entrance. They shared stories late into the evening, feeling as though they spoke for only a few minutes. But when the last log turned to embers, they looked up and saw that dawn had broken across the sky. That timeless hush carried a sense of weight, both exciting and unsettling. It's like the moment when you reread a favorite book and feel as if you're meeting an old friend, yet discover something new on every page. Time stretches to make room for deeper reflection. Yet in the canyon, that stretching can happen without warning, inviting visitors to step outside the usual rhythm of day and night and experience something quietly profound. This curious effect touches on belief in subtle ways. If you believe that time is purely a measurement of seconds and minutes, you may dismiss these reports as tricks of the mind. After all, stress, fatigue, and even dehydration can alter how we perceive time. But if you hold a belief that the Earth can hold mysteries beyond our current science, then the canyon becomes a place where those beliefs meet experience. It hints at a world where time is not a fixed river, but a flowing current that can ripple and bend. That possibility softens the lines between fact and wonder, reminding us that beliefs guide our understanding of strange moments. If you trust your own observation, you may feel wonder rather than doubt. And if you trust science alone, you might feel a mild skepticism that gently tugs you back to the idea that there must be a logical explanation. Yet you remain curious. Language itself plays a part in how we share these experiences. We say things like time flies or it felt like an eternity to describe everyday shifts in perception. Those phrases capture a feeling but don't explain the cause. When words fall short, we rely on shared stories to fill the gaps. One person's description of walking through a silent canyon looking at a watch that refuses to keep pace becomes an invitation for others to recall their own moments of lost hours. In that way, the paradox of time touches how we use language. It asks us to express what cannot be fully spoken, to trust that words can carry at least a whisper of the experience. On a personal level, distorted time can have subtle effects on mental health. When your mind tells you that an hour passed but your watch insists it was only 10 minutes, you momentarily lose trust in your own senses. That small uncertainty can feel like a tiny weight on your confidence, compounded by the question, what else might I be missing? We all know what it feels like to question ourselves, perhaps when we forget a friend's birthday or lose track of an appointment. If we can't trust the basic measure of time, even for a moment, we feel unmoored. Yet there's another side to this uncertainty. When time blurs, it can also bring gentle calm. It can lift the pressure of schedules, allowing your mind to rest in uncertainty, to breathe in the mystery rather than rush through it. That dual nature, both unsettling and serene, is part of what makes these canyon stories so compelling. In our digital age, we try to capture every moment. Photos, videos, messages stamped with timestamps. Yet even the most precise technology can't always keep pace with our internal clocks. A video might show a timestamp of 3 p.m., but in your heart, it feels like sunset. Even AI tools that sort images by date and time can't sense that shift. They might flag inconsistencies, like an image claiming sunset at midday, but they can't feel it. That gap between digital precision and human perception reminds us that our experience of time lives not only in seconds, but also in our awareness, our stories, and our senses. As you rest and let your thoughts drift, imagine stepping into that canyon at twilight, the shadows lengthening across the rocks. You reach for your watch, expecting to see 5 minutes have passed, only to discover that hours have slipped by. You don't panic. Instead, you breathe, letting the canyon's whisper guide you out of the constant hurry of life. You feel a gentle relief, as if the world slowed its racing pulse, offering you a chance to simply exist in stillness. In that quiet place, time becomes a soft friend, not a strict master. Tonight, if you've ever felt time shift in a strange way, if you've lost an hour in what felt like a moment, share that experience in the comments. We learn from each other's stories, finding comfort in knowing that we're not alone in our moments of wonder. And if this gentle exploration of time distortion has brought you calm curiosity, please tap the like button and consider subscribing. There are more quiet paths and stories ahead where we'll rest with questions rather than rush for answers. As darkness settles and your breathing slows, carry this thought with you. Time can bend, ripple, and soften in places we don't fully understand. Let that thought cradle you into sleep, a reminder that even as the clock ticks on, your mind can wander freely, drifting across moments where minutes unfurl into memories, and where every breath becomes an invitation to simply be. Echoing screams. Imagine you're hiking through a silent canyon at dusk, the sky painted with soft pinks and purples, and the only sounds are your footsteps and the gentle whisper of the breeze. Suddenly, you hear a distant scream, sharp, echoing, against the cliffs, yet no one is there. You stop cold, your heart thumping. You strain your ears for a second scream, but there's only emptiness, that moment of shock, when an unexpected sound appears in an otherwise peaceful place, can feel both eerie and unforgettable. If you've ever heard a strange noise in a quiet spot and wondered where it came from, share that moment in the comments below. We all have felt that sudden shiver when nature surprises us. Before we dive deeper into this story, please tap the like button if you enjoy gentle mysteries, and consider subscribing so you won't miss our next calm exploration. Hikers who travel near the rumored cave often tell of distant screams that seem to come from nowhere. Some say they heard a woman's cry high above, bouncing from wall to wall, fading and returning like a broken echo. Others describe a low guttural howl, deep and hollow, almost as if it came from the earth itself. And then, just as suddenly, it stops. The canyon falls silent again, and you're left wondering if you imagined it. It's the kind of experience that lingers in your mind long after you leave, like finding a note in a book that wasn't there before, something that catches your attention and then vanishes. In our everyday lives, we sometimes hear bangs or creaks in our houses during a storm. It might be the wind pushing against the roof or the old frame settling. We might pause and think, "What was that?" But then remind ourselves it was just the weather or the house and carry on. But when you're alone on a remote trail and you hear a scream that has no clear source, your mind twists from curiosity to caution. You wonder if there's another hiker in trouble or an animal nearby, or if it's simply your imagination. That uncertainty, that moment when you question whether you're safe, can make your pulse quicken and your senses sharpen in a way nothing else does. Think of the last time you waited for an important grade to come back, or for an email response you really needed. You watch the clock, checking every few minutes. That anxious waiting stretches each second into a long minute. Now imagine a sudden noise cutting through that tension, like a crack of lightning on a clear day. It jolts you from your thoughts, makes you question where you are. In the canyon, those screams become a similar jolt. They interrupt the steady rhythm of nature and replace it with a moment of pure alert. You feel alive in a way you didn't expect. Your senses all at once on guard and curious. Some people who've heard these screams say they couldn't help but call out, hoping someone would answer. They shouted for help, but no response came. only the echo of their own voice bouncing back at them. That echo is a strange comfort and a strange reminder. It shows that sound can travel far in those rocky walls, yet it doesn't reveal its source. In relationships, a similar feeling can occur when you call out to a friend in distress, but you hear no answer. You might leave a voicemail or send a text, only to wait and wait. The silence on the other end can feel as loud and unsettling as a scream. That gap between voice and reply sits heavy in your heart, reminding you how much you rely on connection. When these echoes rip through the canyon, they touch on belief. Some hikers believe the screams are natural echoes of wildlife, coyotes howling or birds calling at dusk. Others suspect something else, that the canyon itself holds memories, and those screams are its way of speaking to us. If you believe in spirits or ancient energies, you might feel that the land remembers the voices of people who wandered here long ago. You might think the canyon guards its secrets by sending out sounds that make us pause and wonder. Each belief shapes how we understand those echoes, whether as wildlife, geology, or something more mysterious. Language also plays a role. When you hear a scream, your throat tightens, and the word scream itself carries a weight. It brings images of fear, pain, or warning. Yet when that scream has no visible source, the word feels inadequate. You might call it a cry, a howl, or simply a noise, each label guiding your mind in a different direction. Words help us share what we hear, but they also limit us. Once you name it, the mystery narrows. That's why some hikers hesitate to speak of the scream, worried they'll sound foolish, like they claim to have heard a ghost. Yet the act of naming can also feel like a lifeline, grounding your experience in language that others can relate to. On the subject of mental health, unexpected screams can trigger deep emotions. If you've ever experienced anxiety or panic, you know how a loud noise can startle you, making your breath quicken and your thoughts race. The mind scrambles to find safety. In a remote canyon, that rush can be both intense and isolating. You might feel that no one would believe you, or that you're alone in your worry. But it's important to remember that fear is a natural response to the unknown. Just as talking about our fears can help us face them, sharing these echoing screams creates a community where people realize they're not alone in their spine-tingling moments. Even AI faces limits when it comes to echoing screams. If someone recorded a scream and asked an AI to identify its source, the AI might match it to a database of animal calls or human voices. But if the canyon's echo is truly unique, if it's distorted by the shape of the walls or a subtle breeze, no existing data might perfectly match it. The AI would label it unknown or anomaly, acknowledging that not everything can be cataloged. That acknowledgement mirrors our own experience. Sometimes we hear a sound that simply doesn't fit into any known pattern, reminding us that curiosity and wonder still have their place in a world filled with data. As you drift toward sleep, picture the canyon's hush at twilight. The sun dips low, and the walls glow amber. You walk quietly, listening to your own breath and the soft rustle of leaves. Suddenly, a scream echoes, far away but unmistakable. It ripples across boulders, creating waves of sound that fade and return like a ripple in a still pond. You stand still and breathe. You know you're safe. You know it's likely the call of an unseen animal or a trick of the wind. But you also know it's okay to feel a little wonder and a little fear. You let the echo settle in your mind, aware that some moments stay with us not because they threaten us, but because they remind us how alive we are. If this story of echoing screams stirred a memory or a quiet thrill, please tap the like button and share your own experience in the comments. Did you ever hear a sound that made you stop and wonder? We'd love to hear where and how it felt. And if you're new here, consider subscribing and ringing the bell. We'll explore more gentle mysteries together. Places where silence and sound meet, and where nature's subtle calls invite us to pause. Tonight, let that echoless dusk carry you into rest. Imagine the canyon's walls whispering your name, in a soft echo, reminding you that some sounds travel farther than we expect, and some secrets lie just beyond hearing. As you drift off, embrace the stillness, and let the canyon's hush remind you that in quiet spaces, a single echo can open up a whole world of wonder. Band expeditions. Imagine planning a simple trip, packing your backpack, filling your water bottle, and mapping out your route through a series of winding trails. You set out early, excited to explore a new place and breathe fresh air. But before you even reach the trailhead, you see a notice. All expeditions past this point are banned. No permits will be issued. Entry is prohibited. In that moment, your sense of adventure meets an invisible wall, and you pause. Have you ever faced a place where you felt drawn in, only to be told you cannot proceed? Maybe a room with a "Do Not Enter" sign, in an old building, or a website with a locked page that demands a password you don't have. That sudden halt can fill you with questions. Why is this closed? What am I missing? If you've ever stood before a barrier like this, share your story in the comments. We all know how it feels when curiosity meets restriction, and our shared experiences help us feel less alone in our wonder. Before we begin this quiet journey into banned expeditions, please tap the like button if you appreciate gentle explorations of mystery, and consider subscribing so you won't miss future stories that invite calm reflection. In the rugged terrain near the rumors of a hidden cave, any official expedition is immediately blocked. Rangers patrol the entry points, citing rules and regulations without offering reasons or issuing permits. Local guides whisper that even experienced archaeologists and geologists have been turned away. They say that applications for research, permissions vanish into thin air, and emails to government offices go unanswered. It's as if a silent decree has gone out. No one will be allowed to search here, no matter how legitimate their reasons. Imagine planning a research project for school, filled with hope and detailed notes, only to receive a simple, unhelpful reply: "Your request cannot be accommodated." That kind of dismissal can feel personal, like a hand pushing you away without explanation. Yet, it also stirs a quiet defiance in the heart. The more you're told you can't go, the more your mind drifts toward the reasons why. In everyday life, small versions of banned expeditions happen all the time. Perhaps your neighbor puts up a fence between your yards, and you used to pass through that space to retrieve a ball or cut through on your way home. Suddenly, you have to walk around blocks, adding minutes to your journey. At first, you might shrug it off, thinking, it's just a fence, but over time you wonder why that barrier is there in the first place. That same curiosity grows in the canyon. Hikers and explorers notice the signs disallowing entry, and as they step back, the barrier becomes an invitation of its own. It says, there's something worth keeping hidden. And when we sense that something has value or significance, our minds can't help but wonder. It's not just hikers who feel this pull. Anthropologists, historians, and even journalists have tried to learn more about the reasons behind the bans. Some suspect that the land holds sensitive environmental features, unique plants or endangered wildlife that need protection. Others believe that there are relics or artifacts from a long-lost culture, and that authorities want to prevent looting or damage. Still others whisper that the land is used for secret military or research projects, and that the bans protect national security. Just like in a family, when someone says, "We can't talk about that subject," it often sparks even more intrigue. The mind fills the silence with speculation. We imagine the worst and the best, trying to piece together a puzzle from the smallest clues. Language plays a subtle role in how these bans feel. The notices often say "restricted area" or "prohibited access," official phrases meant to sound neutral. Yet those same words echo in our minds like heavy footsteps, lifting the weight of authority and pressing down on our curiosity. If the sign said "nature reserve" or "protected habitat," our reaction might be softer. We might nod and think, okay, we'll keep our distance to help the plants and animals. But when the language is strict and impersonal, banned expeditions, it feels like a closed door in a dimly lit room. We want to know what lies beyond. And in missing that knowledge, we feel a gentle ache. In relationships, a similar dynamic unfolds when someone refuses to share a truth. Imagine asking a friend about a painful memory, and they simply say, "I'm not ready to talk about it." You respect their boundary, yet each time you see them, you feel a quiet tug of concern. You wonder, what's behind that silence? The same tug occurs when explorers arrive at those closed trails. They might see footprints in the dirt that trail off, evidence that someone once passed this way. Yet they can't follow those footprints to discover why they stopped. That gap between what we see and what we're allowed to know creates a tension that hums in the back of our minds. Belief, too, shapes how we interpret these bans. If you believe that governments always act in the public's best interest, you might trust that the restrictions protect us from environmental harm, from dangerous terrain, or from something we're not meant to see. On the other hand, if you believe that institutions sometimes hide things for less noble reasons, you might suspect the bans serve to keep power or profit in the hands of a few. Each belief colors the story. The same set of signs can feel like a humble plea for safety or a stern warning to stay away from a secret. And because we all hold different beliefs, the canyon's silent walls speak differently to each visitor. Mental health is touched by these banned expeditions as well. For some, the idea of open land means freedom. Being told they cannot explore that land can feel like their freedom is being taken away. It stirs feelings of frustration and sometimes anxiety, as though they're being unfairly caged. But for others, restrictions can feel comforting, a clear boundary that removes the burden of choice. In our minds, we sometimes crave both exploration and safety. When rules keep us from venturing into the unknown, they can also protect us from uncertainty and fear. That paradox, wanting both to explore and to be protected, echoes in our minds whenever we feel torn about a closed path. Even in the world of AI and technology, there are banned expeditions. Algorithms learn from data, but some data sets are locked behind paywalls or kept private for security reasons. When AI encounters a piece of information that's restricted, it labels it as unavailable. It's a digital mirror of the canyon's closed-off trails, something known to exist but removed from direct access. That removal shapes what the AI can know and what it cannot. Just like hikers who leave the trailhead with a question in their hearts. The AI stands before an invisible wall, aware that beyond it lies something that could change its understanding. As dusk falls across the canyon, imagine standing at those barred trails once more. The sky deepens into shades of pink and purple, and the rocks glow in soft twilight. You look at the signs declaring "No expeditions, permit required," and feel a gentle pull to discover the truth beyond. Yet you also feel the hush of respect for the boundary. In that quiet moment, you might breathe deep and feel how rules and mystery dance together, sometimes in tension, sometimes in harmony. You might decide to step away, leaving the secret for another day, knowing that curiosity does not always need a path to explore. If this story of banned expeditions has sparked a reflection in you, if you've ever felt the mix of wonder and respect when faced with a closed door, please tap the like button and share your own experience in the comments. Your words may comfort someone who stands before a silent barrier someday. And if you'd like to continue gentle explorations through wide-open spaces and quiet mysteries, consider subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to join us, and let's wander together even when some paths are meant to stay closed for now. As you settle into the quiet of your own room, let the thought of those invisible boundaries carry you into rest. Notice how the hush of restriction can bring both longing and peace, a reminder that not every path is ours to walk, and yet our curiosity can still roam far beyond the fences we encounter. Drift into sleep with that gentle tension, breathing calmly, and let your dreams wander through places where mystery holds its secrets in quiet trust. Underground rail. Imagine standing in a sun-warmed desert canyon, feeling the heat rising from the sand, and then suddenly hearing a distant rumble, like a train speeding through a tunnel beneath your feet. You pause, heart quickening, as the sound fades. You blink, and the silence returns, leaving you wondering if you heard anything at all. That moment of surprise when the world seems to hold a secret pulse just beneath its surface is both thrilling and unsettling. Have you ever sensed a hidden rhythm in a place you thought you knew well? Perhaps you heard an unexpected hum beneath a city street, or felt a low vibration on a quiet country road. Share that memory in the comments so we can all connect over those moments when the earth itself seems to whisper. And if you enjoy gentle mysteries like this, please tap the like button and consider subscribing so you don't miss our next exploration into the hidden corners of the world. Stories drift among those who explore the vast desert near the infamous Area 51, camps set up under starlit skies, conversations by the campfire, and tales swapping like cards in a deck. One of the most persistent whispers is about an underground rail system supposedly running from deep within a secluded canyon all the way to Area 51. The idea is that this tunnel is carved through solid rock, a hidden passage connecting a remote cave to the most secretive military base in the United States. Imagine a steel track laid in darkness, lit only by dim, steady lights, carrying people and supplies without ever surfacing under the blazing sun. That image feels like a page out of a novel, but for those who've heard these tales, it lingers as a quiet question. What else might lie beneath our feet, beyond the reach of sunlight and simple maps? If you've ever tried to build a secret, fort or hide a diary in childhood, you know the thrill of a hidden place meant only for select eyes. This underground rail feels like the adult version of that childhood game, only much larger, much more serious. The thought of a tunnel stretching miles through rock, unseen by casual explorers, reminds us how much of the earth lies undiscovered. When a group of hikers once reported hearing metallic echoes in a narrow gorge, they described the sound as a distant train horn, though no tracks or locomotives could be found above ground. That echo, bouncing off the canyon walls, planted a seed of wonder. In our lives, everyday sounds can trigger memories or questions. A siren in the night might remind us of firefighters rushing to help. A train whistle at dawn may remind us of a childhood trip. When those sounds appear in unexpected places, we pause and lean in, coaxing meaning from mystery. The notion of a hidden rail also taps into how we navigate the world through maps and technology. We trust GPS for directions. We rely on satellites to capture images of every inch of Earth. Yet there are still parts of the planet where maps blur, where images pixelate, where data simply doesn't exist. That blank space often sits over remote deserts, dense forests, or rugged mountains. It's in those gaps that our minds fill in the story. If we see a blurry patch on a map near a military facility, we might suspect anything. Underground rails, secret labs, even vaults of forgotten treasures. It's a reminder that even with all our tools, some paths remain unseen. It's like searching for a friend's house on a new street and noticing one corner of your map is missing. You know the house is there, but the map won't tell you where. You feel the tension between faith in what's charted and curiosity about what's hidden. In relationships, we experience similar gaps. Unspoken thoughts, silent pauses, or small gestures that hint at deeper meaning. Imagine sitting across from someone you care about. They glance away and you sense there's something they're not telling you. That hesitation occupies a space in your mind, tugging you to ask, "What's on your mind?" The unseen tunnel under the desert is like that glance, an invitation to lean in, to ask questions, to explore. Yet sometimes we hold back, unsure if we're ready for what we might find. And so the mystery deepens, not just in the canyon, but in our hearts as well. Belief and skepticism play a role too. If you tend to trust official accounts, you might think, surely someone would have found the tunnel by now. Or geologists would have noted a large passage. If you lean toward believing in secrets, you may feel that the tunnel's very invisibility is proof of its existence. Both perspectives shape how we see the world. The truth may lie somewhere in between. There could be natural caverns shaped by ancient water flows that were later repurposed, or short tunnels built for mining or research that never appear on standard maps. Over time, stories grow, fueled by imagination and half-truths, until the legend of an underground rail feels entirely alive in the desert's hush. Language itself has limits when describing such mysteries. We use words like tunnel, rail, or passage, but those words bring images of construction crews, bright lights, and blueprints. Yet in the mind's eye, this rail is draped in darkness, lit only by small lamps, carrying shadows as much as cargo. Words can feel too bright or too precise to capture the soft, uncertain glow of a hidden world. That's why this story lives so well in whispers and shared glances rather than formal reports. It invites a sense of wonder rather than a demand for facts. And that gentle invitation is often more soothing than a clamor for proof. On a personal level, hearing about a hidden tunnel can stir deep feelings, like finding a key to a place you thought you knew, but discovering there's more beneath. If you've ever had someone mention a secret path in your own family history or your hometown, you know how it can shift your sense of identity. Suddenly, the place you grew up in holds another layer of mystery. Maybe your grandparents told of a hidden room in the old family home where they stored keepsakes, or an abandoned railway under a city overpass that only older neighbors remember. When you learn of places just beyond common knowledge, you feel both the thrill of discovery and the weight of what was kept hidden. That tension shows how secrets connect to our sense of belonging and our desire for a deeper story. Even mental health ties into this theme. When we keep feelings buried, sadness, regret, or guilt, they can feel like tunnels in our minds, unseen but shaping our mood and actions. Just as the desert rail might carry unseen loads, our unspoken thoughts and emotions travel beneath our everyday life. We might go through our routines while a small echo of unprocessed feelings lingers, nudging us toward attention. Sometimes we need the gentle reminder of a hidden echo to ask for help or to open up a closeted part of our heart. In that way, exploring a hidden tunnel in the desert mirrors, exploring the hidden corridors of our own minds. Both journeys can be daunting, but they can also lead to healing and growth. Technology, too, brushes up against these hidden tunnels. AI and radar systems can probe beneath the surface, much like we use ground-penetrating radar to search for caves or buried structures. Yet even the most advanced scanners can miss details or misinterpret them. A small void might be labeled as a rock formation. A metal object might be too deep to detect. That data, while helpful, never fully replaces our sense of wonder. It reminds us that even with the best tools, we still experience the world with our senses, our intuition, and our imagination. Sometimes a breeze carrying the echo of a rumble or the hint of a cramped passageway is more compelling than a technical readout. It draws us into a space where logic and mystery hold hands. As dusk settles over the desert, picture yourself standing where that hidden rail might lie, a place where the earth feels solid beneath your boots, yet alive with the whisper of untold stories. You gaze at the horizon, where the sky meets the distant mountains in shades of rose and lavender. The air cools, and the wind tells of unseen corridors deep below. You don't need to peer into a black hole of rock. You only need to sense the pull of possibility. Let that quiet feeling remind you that some paths, whether in a desert canyon or in your own life, are cloaked in mystery for a reason. They may be too fragile for exploration, or they may hold truths we're not ready to face, or perhaps they simply invite us to rest in wonder rather than rush for answers. If this tale of the underground rail has stirred your curiosity, please tap the like button and share any hidden paths you've encountered, whether in your town, in your mind, or in your heart. We'd love to hear where you felt the pull of something just beyond reach. And if you'd like to join us on more calm journeys into silent mysteries, consider subscribing and gently tapping the bell. Ahead, we'll walk through caves, wander ancient ruins, and listen to the earth's soft whispers. Together, we'll learn how to hold both question and wonder with equal grace. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, carry the hush of the desert with you. Let the echo of that distant rumble, the soft promise of a hidden track, fill your dreams with gentle questions and quiet horizons. And remember, sometimes the most profound journeys are those that unfold not on the surface, but in the silent spaces beneath our feet. Disinformation Campaign. Imagine typing a few words into a search bar, expecting to find information about an ancient cave filled with mysterious artifacts, and instead seeing a blank page or links that lead nowhere. You might refresh the page, convinced it is a mistake, but each time, the same absence greets you. That moment when a simple search feels like a locked door can leave you with a quiet ache of curiosity. Have you ever looked up something online and found nothing, even though you were certain it was real? If so, share what you searched for in the comments so we can all connect over the times when the internet has felt unexpectedly empty. Before we begin, if you enjoy soft explorations of gentle mysteries, please tap the like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you won't miss our next calm journey into the unknown. In our story of a hidden cave discovery, the search begins as a thrill. Someone shares a post about ancient carvings deep in a canyon. You click the link, eager to see images, read a report, or find maps. Yet what you find instead is a redirect to an unrelated page, or a simple statement that, "No results found." Other times, a link might appear briefly and then vanish entirely after a day or two. These subtle changes can feel like tiny ripples in a still pond, enough to catch your attention, but quiet enough to leave you wondering if it really happened. In that gentle space between presence and absence, your mind starts to fill with questions. Was the original post deleted? Was it never real? Or is something else at play? That gentle tug of wonder can draw you deeper into the story, inviting you to look again, but also teaching you that technology can shape what we know and what we cannot know. We all know those small moments when information disappears from our lives. Perhaps you saved a photo on your phone, only to realize later that you accidentally deleted it. You might retrace your steps, emptying folders and checking archives, but it is gone. Maybe you emailed someone a note and they replied once, but then you can't find that email anymore. You question if you pressed send at all. Those little gaps in our digital lives can leave us wondering about memory and trust. The disinformation campaign around the cave works similarly. It takes something that once existed online, an article, a map, a photo, and quietly removes it. The more people search, the more they see nothing. That emptiness becomes a sign in itself, hinting that someone, somewhere, is choosing to hide something. Every day we rely on search engines to give us quick answers. Need a recipe? Type it in. Want to check tomorrow's weather? Tap a few keys. When everything works, we barely notice. But when a search fails us, it stands out. It can feel like drawing a deep breath and finding only empty space. Imagine feeling that on a larger scale, where generations of explorers, historians, and storytellers have come together to learn about the past, only to find their path blocked by silence. That silence becomes a kind of gentle pressure. Not a loud alarm, but a soft hush that tells us something is missing and perhaps never meant to be found. In everyday conversations, we sometimes experience a similar effect when someone changes their story or walks away from a topic. You might ask a friend about a memory you shared, maybe a fun trip or a secret joke, and they respond with, "I don't remember that." You replay the moment in your mind, the laughter, the sound of the waves, the jokes you told, but their silence stands there like a wall. It can make you doubt your own memory or wonder why that moment mattered less to them. The internet's disappearing pages act the same way. When information is erased, our own sense of truth begins to waver. We might ask, did that post ever exist? Am I remembering wrong? That uncertainty can create a gentle ripple of doubt that flows through everything we think we know. This idea connects to a bigger theme about belief. In our minds, we often trust what we read online. We believe search results, articles, and images to be true unless we have reason to doubt. But when those results vanish or redirect, it asks us to question the layers beneath. Do we trust what we see only because it shows up on a screen? Or do we trust our own experiences even when no proof remains? If you've ever watched a video, saved it, and then later found it removed, you might recall the feeling of standing in front of an unlit stage where a performance once was. You know the show happened, but now someone has drawn the curtain, That tension between belief and proof reminds us how fragile our sense of knowledge can be. Language plays a role here too. We talk about fake news and truth online, but those words can start to feel hollow when pages vanish. If a page claims to be a first-hand report of an explorer, then disappears, we lose more than words. We lose a piece of the narrative. We might call it disinformation, which sounds heavy and deliberate. Yet the effect is also subtle, like water wearing away stone drop by drop. We might not notice each missing droplet until the stream is nearly dry. And by that time, we are left standing on cracked ground, wondering how it happened. Our mental health is touched by these digital gaps. When we depend on information to feel safe, like knowing a trail is clear or that a story is real, losing that information can trigger anxiety. We might feel unsteady, as though the ground beneath our feet has shifted. We can also feel isolated, especially if others claim they see no problem when we do. If you've ever worried about a rumor that no one else remembered, you know that lonely ache. You might wonder if you're the only one who heard the story, or if it simply never existed. That sense of isolation can be heavy. Yet sharing our doubts can build community. Just as I invite you to share your experience in the comments, those connections remind us we're not alone when we face the quiet gaps in what we know. Sometimes speaking our questions out loud helps them feel less like shadows and more like pathways to understanding. Even in the world of AI, disinformation campaigns leave a mark. Artificial intelligence tools scan billions of pages to learn our world, but if key data points disappear, the AI's model of reality shifts. It learns a new pattern, one that excludes the missing information. Over time, the AI comes to assume that the absence is natural rather than engineered. It may flag anomalies, pages that once existed but now are gone, but ultimately it can't replace what vanished. That limitation mirrors our own human experience. When we lose touch with stories, memories, or truths, we adjust. We fill gaps with assumptions, and sometimes those assumptions become part of our new reality. This interplay between what is visible and what is hidden reminds us that both humans and machines depend on how information is shared and preserved. As dusk falls and you settle into a calm space, picture yourself leaning back in a cozy chair, the glow of a warm lamp beside you, and the hush of the evening outside. Imagine gently opening your laptop to search for that ancient cave discovery, hoping to find one last clue. Instead, the search returns nothing. You might feel a twinge of disappointment, but you also feel a gentle pull of wonder. What happens when we seek something and it is just out of reach? Notice that feeling, and let it rest in your mind like a soft whisper. It is not a problem to be solved immediately, but a quiet nudge inviting you to stay curious. If this exploration of disinformation has stirred your thoughts or memories, please tap the like button and share in the comments anytime you searched for something online and found it had disappeared or changed. Your story may help someone else feel connected in that moment of wonder. And if you'd like to continue these gentle explorations into the quiet corners of our world, consider subscribing and ringing the bell. There are many more soft journeys ahead, into places where silence speaks volumes and where the gaps in our knowledge can be spaces of quiet reflection. For now, let the hush of the evening carry you into peace. Breathe deeply, feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest, and imagine the light of curiosity glowing softly in the darkness. Even when pages vanish and searches lead to stillness, our wonder remains alive, guiding us toward new questions and quiet discoveries. Drift into sleep with that gentle hum of curiosity, knowing that the unknown is not always empty. Sometimes it is an invitation to listen with an open heart. Radiation spike. Imagine walking through a quiet canyon where the sun warms your back and the only sounds are the wind rustling through the rocks. You pause to check your instrument, a small Geiger counter you brought to measure background radiation. To your surprise, the dial jumps up sharply, emitting a series of rapid clicks and beeps. It feels like a soft alarm going off on a day that felt safe. You stand still, heart fluttering as you wonder what could cause such a spike in a place where you expect nothing but fresh air. Have you ever felt a sudden jolt of worry, like thinking you left the stove on at home just as your phone buzzes? If so, share that moment in the comments below, so we can all connect through those times when something small in our day makes us hold our breath. Before you go on, please tap the like button if you enjoy gentle stories of mystery, and subscribe so you won't miss our next calm exploration. People who study the remote canyon paths near the rumored cave entrances often report these unexplained radiation spikes. One hiker carried a simple dosimeter to test the rocks for natural minerals. Instead, he saw the reading flick from normal to alarmingly high, only to return to normal a few minutes later. Another explorer described a similar event, stepping into a narrow alcove and feeling his skin tingle ever so slightly, as if a static charge passed through him. He looked at his device and saw a sudden surge, then watched the numbers on the screen drop back down as if nothing had happened. In everyday life, we might notice a flicker of a lamp or hear a distant thunderclap that surprises us. We think, was that a power surge? Or did the weather just change? These small, unexpected moments can jolt us out of our routines and remind us that even in familiar spaces, something unexpected can happen. Think of a time when you were so focused on your work that you didn't notice how late it had become. You finally look up, and it is hours past when you planned to finish. That sense of time shifting, of your mind skipping ahead, is similar to how a sudden radiation spike shifts your sense of safety. You feel a rush of concern, a need to understand what you just experienced. In the canyon, the spike can feel like the land itself calling out to you, asking, "Do you see me?" It pulls you deeper into the mystery. Radiation, in our minds, often feels like a silent danger. We know it is invisible and can be harmful, but we rarely see it. It is like worrying whether your phone is overheating on a hot day. Something out of sight can cause real worry. When hikers measure a spike, they feel a pang of anxiety. They wonder if they should turn back, if they should remove their gear, or if they've simply made a mistake. It's that tension between trusting our devices and trusting our own senses. Sometimes we feel a bit of warmth on our skin and know the sun is strong. But when a machine tells us there's something more, it nudges us to listen, to pause, and to consider what we might be missing. In relationships, we experience similar sudden shifts. Perhaps someone we trust says something small, a phrase that carries an odd tone, and we feel a sudden chill in our connection. It's like sensing a change in the air between us. We might say, "I felt that," even if no words were spoken. That subtle change can ripple through our trust just as a radiation spike ripples through a hiker's sense of safety. Both remind us that small shifts can have big effects on how we feel. Belief also plays a role in how we interpret these spikes. If we believe the land is pure and untouched, a spike seems impossible. We might think, this device must be broken. But if we believe in hidden forces at work, perhaps ancient minerals or forgotten experiments, then the spike feels like a gentle clue, a soft nudge pointing us toward deeper secrets. We stand between skepticism and wonder, trying to balance what we know with what we imagine. That tension is at the heart of many quiet mysteries, the moment when evidence meets belief and asks us to choose how we feel. Language, too, shapes how we share these experiences. We say radiation level or dosimeter reading, but those words can sound technical and distant. Yet, the feeling of seeing those numbers jump is deeply human. It's like reading the first line of a letter we weren't expecting. Our hearts skip a beat, and for a moment we hold our breath. Words can soften the shift. Instead of saying radiation spike, we might say a sudden surge or an unexpected wave. Those phrases capture both the factual detail and the emotional flutter. They remind us that even in science, there is room for gentle wonder. From a mental health perspective, these spikes can stir more than curiosity. They can trigger worry or stress. If you've ever felt that prick of fear when your phone battery dies in the cold, you know how a small tech failure can create an urgent knot in your stomach. A radiation spike can feel like that too. You might recall times when anxiety gave you a gut feeling that something was off, even if you couldn't put it into words. The hiker with the dosimeter may have felt a subtle unease, like a quiet no from his body, even before the device beeped. That dual sense, our mind noticing something off, and the device confirming it, can amplify our feelings. Sometimes, all we need is a deep breath, a moment of rest, and a reminder that a single reading is not the whole story. Even AI experiences its own version of a radiation spike. When algorithms process data, they rely on patterns. If a sensor sends an unexpected value, the AI might classify it as an anomaly. It flags it, but it cannot feel worry or wonder. It simply records the number and moves on. For humans, though, that spike invites a story. We want to know why, how, and what it means. We connect the data to our own experience, linking the numbers on the screen to the wind on our skin or the texture of the rock beneath our fingers. That human context makes the spike a whisper of mystery rather than just a line in a spreadsheet. In our world, we often seek complete explanations. We want reasons for everything: why it's sunny, why someone said what they did, why we feel the way we feel. Yet some things remain partly hidden. A sudden spike in radiation might be caused by a mineral pocket, a small vent of gas, or even a shift in the ground that sparks static. But unless we dig deep, we might never know the full cause. And that's okay. Sometimes a gentle mystery reminds us that not every question has a neat answer. It invites us to rest in wonder rather than rush to explain. As evening falls and the sky softens into shades of lavender and rose, imagine yourself stepping back from the rock wall. You breathe deeply, noticing how your heart slows as the sun dips lower, the dosimeter's clicks have stopped, and the dial rests in its normal range. You feel a sense of relief wash over you, like returning home after a day traveled. And yet, you also feel a soft curiosity. That gentle pull of wonder stays with you, not in a way that terrifies, but in a way that reminds you the world holds more than meets the eye. If this story of unexplained radiation spikes has touched your sense of wonder, please tap the like button and share any time you felt a sudden shift in your day. Maybe a chill breeze in the sun or a flicker of light in the night. Each of those moments is a gentle reminder that we live in a world both soft and vast. And if you'd like to continue these calm journeys, subscribe to the channel and tap the bell. Ahead, we'll explore more quiet corners where the earth still hums with secrets, inviting us to listen with open hearts. Tonight, let the hush of the canyon carry you into rest. Feel the gentle easing of your breath. Imagine the rocks under your feet, solid and steady, holding space for both the normal and the unexpected. As you drift into sleep, let the thought of that sudden spike remind you that life's small mysteries can offer moments of pure wonder, quiet invitations to stay curious and calm, even in the face of the unknown. Lost blueprint. Imagine being handed a fragile piece of paper, yellowed at the edges, its ink faded but still legible. Someone tells you this map was drawn a century ago by an explorer who walked these dusty trails and sketched every bend in the rock. It points straight to a hidden cave filled with carvings and relics that could change everything we know about our past. You unfold it carefully, tracing the lines with your finger, imagining the explorer's footsteps. Then, just as suddenly, you learn the map was misfiled, in an archive somewhere, and has vanished again. That moment when you feel the weight of history and then watch it slip through your fingers can leave a deep ache of wonder. Have you ever held something you believed was lost? An old photograph, a cherished letter, a childhood keepsake, and then realized it had disappeared? If so, share where you looked and how it felt when it was gone. By sharing our moments of loss, we build a quiet community of people who understand how searching for something important can become a gentle journey of the heart. The idea of a lost blueprint has a special pull, because it sits at the intersection of past and present. 100 years ago, someone with a leather-bound journal and a simple compass might have wandered these canyons, recording natural springs, narrow passes, and stone formations that seemed to hum with hidden meaning. They believed there was something worth sharing, perhaps an ancient carving or a cave that held objects left by people long gone. They penciled lines and wrote notes in elegant script, marking the cave's entrance with a small star. Over time, their journal was donated to a local library or museum, catalogued under miscellaneous expedition notes, and then shelved in a back room. Decades passed. Archivists changed. Records were moved, reorganized, and some items were simply set aside for future cataloging that never happened. The map's file label faded, and one day someone searching for it realized it was gone. It was misfiled, locked away where no one thought to look again. We all know how easy it is for something precious to become misplaced. Think of the last time you cleaned out your desk and found a birthday card you thought was lost, or a ticket stub from a concert that brought back a rush of memories. Those small finds feel like unexpected gifts. Similarly, losing a treasured item, maybe your favorite book or a piece of jewelry passed down from a grandparent, leaves us with a sense of longing. We replay the moments we had with the object, remembering how it felt to hold it. In the case of the lost blueprint, that longing stretches back generations, echoing the original explorer's excitement and our own hope to uncover something remarkable. This misfiling hardly seems like a grand conspiracy. Most of the time, archives become messy simply because they collect so much material over time. Yet that simplicity doesn't lessen the mystery. Imagine asking a librarian to find a logbook from 1923. They sift through dusty boxes, find a bundle of papers labeled in old handwriting, and then discover a torn page that mentions the cave. But just as you're about to piece things together, the trail goes cold. The rest of the journal is nowhere to be found. That moment of almost discovery feels like standing at the edge of a cliff, so close to the view you've been waiting for, only for the fog to roll in and obscure the path. In our lives, we experience similar moments of almost knowing. Perhaps you remember a childhood friend's phone number but can't recall a single digit when you need it. Or maybe you once overheard a neighbor's story about a hidden garden but can't remember where they said it was. Those half-memories stay with you, nudging you to search deeper. The lost blueprint acts like that half-memory on a grand scale. It's a whisper of what could be found if only the right piece of paper comes to light. And until it does, the thought of that cave, and everything it might contain, lives in the space between hope and uncertainty. Belief and trust play a key role in how we respond to a misfiled map. If you trust that archives are well organized, you might believe the map will resurface someday because someone with expertise will eventually uncover it. On the other hand, if you feel archives can be chaotic, you might worry it's gone forever, lost to time. That difference in belief shapes our emotional response. Do we hold on to optimism, imagining the map tucked away behind a false wall of boxes? Or do we accept that not every piece of history is meant to be found? Both perspectives are valid, and each guides us toward different kinds of peace, one of hopeful expectation, the other of gentle acceptance. Language itself can soften this dichotomy. We speak of growing as a way to describe how relationships deepen over time. We speak of digging up memories when we remember details we thought were gone. In the same way, the phrase lost blueprint carries both a sense of literal misplacement and a metaphorical call to rediscover something we never fully let go of. When the map is called lost, it doesn't mean it was destroyed. It simply means we haven't found it yet. That subtle difference in wording feels comforting. It suggests that the map may still exist, waiting patiently for someone to notice the stack of boxes labeled Archives circa 1920. That gentle framing can ease our anxiety, reminding us that some mysteries are simply waiting for the right moment to unfold. Mental health is touched by the story of the lost blueprint in quiet ways. When we lose something that matters, whether it's a physical object or a part of our memory, we feel a small ache, like a bruise on our heart. But we also learn resilience. We learn to cope with absence and continue searching for meaning. Perhaps you've lost a piece of art you made as a child, or a letter from a friend who moved away. You may feel a pang each time you think of it, yet you also carry the memory of what it was, and that becomes part of your story. In the same way, the explorer's map may be gone, but the dream of discovery remains alive. It encourages us to hold both loss and hope together, understanding that one can feed the other. Even AI experiences the idea of a lost blueprint in its own way. When an AI model is trained on images or data that later become unavailable, it can't reference them again. It might label certain facts as missing data, or NA. That gap shows us that not all information persists in the digital world. Just as a lost map cannot be uploaded for the AI to learn from, certain bits of history can slip through the cracks of archives and servers. In both human and machine experiences, we see that what we don't have can matter as much as what we do have. The absence of data or a piece of paper can become a powerful prompt for further inquiry. As twilight settles over the canyon, imagine standing at a campsite where the embers of a small fire glow softly. You hold a copy of the explorer's notes, a typed transcript passed down by someone who cared enough to preserve a fragment of the story. The night air is cool against your skin, and you let the flickering light guide your thoughts back to that missing blueprint. You picture the leather binding, the careful ink strokes, and the explorer's hopeful heart. You realize that even if the original map never reappears, the dream it inspired continues to burn in each person who hears the story. That spark of curiosity invites you to look at the canyon with fresh eyes, knowing that maps can be drawn with more than ink. They can be drawn with our own wonder and imagination. If this reflection on the lost blueprint resonated with you, if you've ever held something precious that vanished or felt a memory slip away, please tap the like button and share your own moment of rediscovery or enduring hope in the comments. Your story might encourage someone else to continue their gentle search. And if you'd like to join more peaceful journeys into the whispers of history, consider subscribing and tapping the bell. Together we'll explore places where time folds, secrets wait patiently, and curiosity remains our best guide. Now, as you relax into the calm of the evening, let the thought of the lost blueprint ease your mind. Breathe slowly, feel the warmth of your bed, and imagine the explorer's pen hovering over paper, mapping out hopes as much as geography. Let that blend of past and present lull you into a peaceful sleep, where dreams might draw their own maps, ones that lead to gentle discoveries and quiet wonder. Dimensional rift. Imagine stepping into a cave and suddenly feeling the air shift, like a curtain drawn between two worlds. It feels as if the ground beneath you trembles, though no tremor occurs. Your watch ticks, but the hands lose their usual rhythm. You take a step forward and the distance seems to stretch, as if the cave floor has grown longer without warning. In that moment, you wonder if the space you inhabit is playing by different rules that belong to a dimension beyond our own. Have you ever walked into a room and felt time slow, or noticed a clock in a dream that moved backward? If you have, please share that moment in the comments so we can connect over how our ordinary world sometimes feels extraordinary. If you enjoy calm journeys into gentle mysteries, tap the like button and subscribe for more peaceful explorations. Some who whisper of this hidden cave insist it does not obey the laws of our reality. They say that once you cross the threshold, the world you know, measured in seconds and inches, bends. A foot of travel can feel like a mile. Shadows dance on walls without light. Sound mutes itself as you speak. It's as if you entered a space where physics takes a break and imagination steps forward. When you're in a place like this, your mind must pause to catch up. You feel a gentle tug to lean in, to listen with care, and to honor the mystery that defies explanation. In our daily lives, we encounter small versions of such rifts. Think of the last time you lost track of time while reading a book or listening to a piece of music you love. You thought only a few minutes passed, but hours slipped away. Or remember glancing at a mirror in a dim room, and for a moment, feeling that your reflection looked slightly distorted, like you saw a memory rather than your face. Those brief moments remind us that our perception can shift without warning. The cave's alleged rift amplifies that feeling, inviting us to trust our senses even when they betray us. Consider how your mind behaves when you stare into a calm lake. The water looks still, but if a fish swims beneath, the reflection ripples, and the image warps. In the cave, the surface is our reality, and the fish is the untold dimension below. You might walk safely along a path, believing the ground is solid, until a footstep reveals a ripple, an echo of something beneath. Each ripple asks you to pause. Each echo invites you to question what is truly there versus what you believed to be there. Some hikers describe disappearing specks of light that vanish before they can point them out. Others speak of feeling weightless, as if gravity were too polite to hold them fully. One explorer said he knelt to touch a glowing symbol on the cave wall and felt his hand slip through it, as if the symbol belonged to another plane. When he withdrew, nothing visible marked his touch, only a faint warmth in his palm, like a memory left behind. Such accounts sound like folklore or a dream, yet they persist, shared in hushed tones around campfires. Those stories begin to feel less like tall tales and more like invitations to rethink what we accept as solid ground. In relationships, we sometimes sense a shift without knowing why. You might be deep in conversation with a friend when their gaze drifts skyward, and for a brief moment you feel as though you're speaking across a chasm instead of a table. Their words match the moment, but something in their presence feels distant. You pause and ask, "Are you there?" They blink, and the distance falls away. That shift echoes the cave's rift, a sudden change in perception that melts when questioned but leaves a faint impression. It shows how our shared reality can feel rifted when hearts or minds wander, even for an instant. Belief shapes how we interpret these strange cavern experiences. If you trust that every place follows the same rules, you may dismiss these stories as tricks of the mind, echoes of fear or fatigue. Yet if you believe that unseen corners of nature hold wonders we haven't yet charted, you might feel that the cave is tapping into a deeper truth. Each belief invites a certain kind of wonder. The skeptic sees a parlor trick of echoes and shifting light. The believer feels a gentle call to explore beyond the edges of known science. Both perspectives demand respect, for sometimes the most profound discoveries begin where belief meets observation. Language both guides and limits our understanding of such places. We have words for light, sound, and time. But when those words fail to capture a shifting moment, we grasp for new ways to speak. We might say the cave is timeless or beyond physics, even though those phrases stretch the meaning of time and physics themselves. In our minds we build bridges with words, hoping to cross into the unknown. Yet some places, like this cave, urge us simply to listen in silence. When words fall short, silence can be a kind companion, letting us feel the space between the lines where wonder grows. From a mental health perspective, stepping into a place that bends reality can feel both thrilling and unnerving. When you lose your familiar bearings, like when you wake from a dream and struggle to recall where you are, you discover how tied you are to routine and expectation. In the cave, you might feel a gentle anxiety as your mind scrambles to ground itself, yet as your breath slows and you settle into the moment, that anxiety can transform into a calm curiosity. It reminds us that our nervous systems are built to notice change, and once we acknowledge the shift, we can relax into a new rhythm. That process of moving from surprise to peace mirrors how we learn to handle life's twists, both big and small. Even AI encounters its own version of a dimensional rift. When an algorithm confronts data that doesn't fit its training, say a pattern that defies known categories, it flags it as anomaly. The AI pauses, so to speak, unable to process what lies beyond its parameters. Similarly, when we face a place that defies our usual sense of reality, our minds pause to consider new possibilities. The cave becomes a gentle reminder that not every question has an answer we can compute. Sometimes the journey toward understanding requires a calm embrace of the unknown. As dusk falls and the canyon's walls glow in soft twilight, imagine yourself standing at the cave's entrance. The day's warmth lingers, but a cool hush begins to fill the air. You step inside, feeling the light shift and sound soften. For a moment, a gust of wind seems to come from nowhere, rustling the cave walls. You feel your pulse slow as you wonder how something so calm can also hold such mystery. You breathe in slowly, letting the quiet settle like a soft blanket over your thoughts. In that hush, you realize the cave may not need to obey our reality's rules. It simply invites you to be present, curious, compassionate, and open to the gentle possibility that there are more ways to experience the world than you perhaps knew. If this exploration of a possible dimensional rift in the cave has sparked a flicker of wonder, please tap the like button and share any moments when you felt reality shift in your own life. Maybe a sudden memory that felt like a portal, or a fleeting sense that the world paused for you. Your stories help us all feel less alone in the vastness of mystery. And if you'd like to join more peaceful wanderings into the soft edges of what we know, consider subscribing and gently tapping the bell. There is so much more waiting to be discovered in those quiet spaces where reality bends just enough to let us glimpse something new. Tonight, as you settle into rest, let the idea of a gentle rift stay with you. Imagine drifting into dreams where walls breathe and time flows sideways. Embrace the calm uncertainty, knowing that even if the cave remains out of reach, your imagination can visit its silent chambers any time. In that quiet place between sleep and waking, discover the soft wonder of a world that might be more magical than it appears. Artifact theft. Imagine stepping into a quiet canyon at dawn, the light soft on the rocks, when you notice a small empty niche carved into the wall. You run your fingers across the empty space and recall stories of an ancient bowl that once sat there, an artifact said to hold clues to a long-lost people. You feel a sudden tug in your chest, as if the wind whispers, "Someone took it, and now its story is missing." Have you ever tasted a small piece of a puzzle only to find that the piece you need is gone? Maybe you arrived at a friend's home for dinner and discovered that the special recipe your grandmother passed down was nowhere to be found. That moment of longing, when something important has vanished, can leave a quiet ache of curiosity. If you have ever discovered that something precious from your past was stolen or lost, share that memory in the comments so we can all connect over the gentle ache of missing pieces. And if you enjoy peaceful journeys into quiet mysteries, please tap the like button and subscribe so you won't miss future explorations of the unknown. Stories drift among those who walk these ancient trails, whispers that key items were extracted long ago and hidden away. A delicate statuette of a figure in meditation thrown like a pebble into a hidden vault. A scroll of markings, ripped from its home passage, now tucked in a distant archive. A small jar that once held sacred oils, carried off under the cover of darkness. Each tale feels like a half-remembered dream, spoken softly around evening campfires when the world seems still. The idea of an artifact theft brings a sense of loss, as if the very soul of the place has been dimmed. It also invites wonder. Who took these items and where did they hide them? That question pulls us forward, like an echo calling us deeper into the canyon's hush. We all know what it feels like when something is taken from us. Perhaps a favorite book borrowed and never returned, or a photograph that slipped from a drawer and couldn't be found again. Those small vanishings can sting, especially when they connect us to people we love or memories we hold dear. In the canyon, the stolen artifacts carry a weight far greater than a missing book. They are pieces of a history that may never be fully recovered. Walking those trails, hikers can almost feel a thread of presence, like the earth itself remembers what once was and wants it back. Think about a time when you prepared for an important exam and memorized every detail, only to find the test format changed at the last minute. You might have felt that knot in your stomach, realizing that the plan you relied on was no longer there. The stolen artifacts are similar. A plan once made to record history has been altered without warning. The missing pieces change the entire picture, leaving gaps that no one can fill. And yet, in that emptiness, our imagination begins to paint in new lines. We imagine where the statuette might be, who held the scroll in trembling hands, and how, The jar might still carry a faint scent of sacred oils. Our minds become maps of possibility, tracing pathways to mysteries we want to solve. In daily life, we experience similar gaps whenever we lose something meaningful. Maybe you lent your car keys to a friend and never saw them again. Or you sent a letter that never reached its destination. In each case, the loss raises gentle questions. Why did this happen? Where did it go? Can it ever be found? When an artifact is stolen from a sacred site, the stakes feel even higher. The canyon's people may see those objects as more than just rock or pottery. They see them as links to ancestors, as vessels of memory. Their theft leaves a hush on the land, as though the voices of the past have been muted. Language shapes how we understand this loss. We speak of artifact theft in formal tones, but those words can feel sterile compared to the quiet ache we sense. We might speak of stolen treasures or lost relics, but those phrases bring images of gold and jewels rather than a weathered bowl or a cracked urn. The simplest descriptions, "it was taken" or "it vanished," carry more weight. They tell us that something once within reach is now beyond our hands. In our own lives, we use similar language when talking about intangible losses. I lost my way. I let that moment slip. Or, I misplaced my dream. Those words echo the canyon's empty niche, reminding us how easily something can disappear from view, yet leave traces that linger. Belief also enters the picture. If you believe the artifacts were taken for profit, you imagine black markets and secret auctions. If you believe they were hidden to protect them, you picture a brave soul carrying them to safety. Each belief shapes how we feel about the canyon and its missing pieces. Some might hope that the items are tucked in a secure vault, waiting for a day when they can return. Others worry they've been lost forever. That tug-of-war between hope and worry is familiar to anyone who has lost something dear. We balance belief in recovery with the fear of permanent loss. On a personal level, when we lose a keepsake passed down through generations, we feel that layer of family history slip away. We might imagine our grandparents' hands holding that cherished object, passing it down with care. When it disappears, we lose not just the object, but a piece of our own story. In the canyon, the stolen artifacts represent a lineage of a people who walked those paths centuries ago. Each object held a memory, a prayer, an offering, a story carved in clay. When those items are carried away, the people who once made offerings at the cave feel a quiet pain as though their ancestors' voices have been whisked away. That ache touches mental health softly but deeply. When we grapple with loss, whether a stolen artifact or a vanished keepsake, we might feel a shadow of grief. We search for closure or a sense of resolution. But sometimes there is no clear ending, only a new way to hold the loss. We learn to carry it gently, like a fragile bird in our hands. And in that carrying, we find a new kind of peace. We may never see the stolen bowl again, but we honor its memory by telling its story. We pass on the story of its disappearance as part of the record, ensuring it remains alive in our hearts. Even AI systems encounter their own versions of loss. When a data source is removed, the AI's model loses access to that information. It might note an alert, data missing, but it cannot fill the gap. It can only mark it. In the canyon's case, the artifact's absence is like missing data in a larger historical model. We rely on those pieces to form a coherent picture of the past. When they vanish, our understanding shifts. We rely on fragments, photographs, sketches, memory, to piece together what once was. And just as an AI learns to label missing information as a gap, we learn to hold the missing artifact as a space for imagination and respect. As the sun dips lower and the canyon's walls warm to amber hues, imagine standing near that empty niche once more. A soft breeze carries the scent of juniper and dust. You close your eyes and feel the hush of the place, the kind of hush that holds stories. In the quiet, you remember that whatever was taken still lives in memory. You might picture the bowl's delicate carvings, the scroll's faded symbols, or the jar's fragile curve. You carry them inside you, where they can never be stolen again. That gentle thought warms you like a small ember glowing in the dark, reminding you that while objects may vanish, their meaning does not. If this reflection on stolen artifacts reached a soft chord in your own heart, if you've ever lost something that mattered, please tap the like button and share your story in the comments. In doing so, we build a gentle community of people who understand how to hold missing pieces with care. And if you would like to wander more through places where history and mystery meet, consider subscribing and softly tapping the bell. Whoa! Continue to explore quiet corners where the land speaks in echoes, where loss and longing walk hand in hand, and where our gentle curiosity finds new paths to wonder. Tonight, as you slip into rest, let the canyon's hush carry you into dreams. Feel the soft glow of memories in your hands, and imagine that even in the darkest places, a small light of memory can never be fully extinguished. Drift into sleep, knowing that some treasures, though out of sight, remain forever alive in the gentle chambers of our hearts. Sealed entrance. Imagine standing before a rough rock face in a quiet canyon, the afternoon sun casting long, warm shadows. You notice a section that looks strangely fresh, stones that don't match the weathered curve of the wall, as if someone placed them there yesterday rather than centuries ago. Your heart picks up a gentle rhythm as you step closer and spot faint scorch marks around a small, collapsed opening. Someone once blew this entrance open with dynamite, and afterward sealed it carefully so no one could enter. That moment of wonder, seeing where the earth was deliberately scarred and then closed, carries a silent question. Why would anyone seal an entrance on purpose? Have you ever walked down a familiar hallway and noticed a door you never saw before? Or found a stairway hidden behind a curtain? If so, share where you discovered it in the comments below. Together, we can build a map of those secret places that whispered our names when we least expected it. And if you enjoy calm explorations into gentle mysteries, please tap the like button and subscribe so you won't miss more soothing journeys into the unknown. When hikers first spoke of the sealed entrance, they told of how an expedition team uncovered old blast holes and shattered rock fragments, suggesting that decades ago someone used explosives to collapse the cave's mouth. Volunteers who tried to remove the debris found that beneath the loose stones, workers had painstakingly stacked fresh boulders, sealing the passage as neatly as a book closed with care. No one knows exactly who did this or why, but the evidence feels deliberate, as though someone decided that what lay beyond must stay hidden, for a reason no one has yet revealed. That thought can send a quiet shiver through your mind. It reminds us of all the ways we close off parts of ourselves, deciding that some memories or feelings are best kept buried. We might think it helps keep us safe. But sometimes those sealed parts call to us in dreams, asking to be gently uncovered. Think of a moment when you found a letter tucked away in an old drawer, one that told a secret you never knew. You felt a rush of surprise and longing. You reread the words, imagining the person who wrote them and why they left the letter hidden. Later you might tuck it back carefully, choosing to keep that secret close, even as you feel its weight. The sealed entrance feels much the same. Someone once found a passage worth exploring, believed it was too powerful or dangerous to share, and decided to collapse it. Their choice created a door we cannot open, but its presence hints at something deeper, a truth sealed away for those with the patience to sense its existence. In everyday life, we sometimes encounter small, sealed doors, maybe a locked attic, hatch you were told never to open as a child, or a password-protected folder on your computer that belonged to a friend who has since moved away. Those small barriers carry a gentle mystery. You know someone once decided you couldn't have access, and that choice can feel like both protection and exclusion. You might respect the boundary because you trust that person, but you might also feel a gentle urge to peek, to understand what's behind. When explorers arrive at this canyon's collapsed cave, they feel a similar pull, respect for the past decision to seal it, and curiosity about the world now hidden beneath the boulders. The question of why the entrance was sealed touches on many possibilities. Perhaps the cave held artifacts that a group wanted to protect from looters, sealing the entrance to keep them safe. Or maybe the artifacts held knowledge that someone deemed too powerful for the public, and they collapsed the cave to ensure the information stayed buried. Another thought is that the cave might have been unstable, prone to collapse, and closing it off was a way to protect travelers from danger. Each explanation carries its own weight. Just as in relationships, when someone stops sharing parts of themselves, maybe due to fear of being misunderstood or hurt, they build a boundary. We may sense that boundary, but the reasons remain unspoken, leaving us to wonder. The sealed entrance becomes a metaphor for all the places we close off, sometimes for our own safety, and sometimes to keep secrets we aren't sure how to share. Language plays a gentle role in how we talk about the sealed entrance. We say dynamited and sealed, words that feel strong and final. They evoke a sense of closure, a definitive end to open exploration. But when you push past those final words and try to imagine the scene, the crackling of explosives, the rush of dust, the careful stacking of boulders, you feel something softer beneath. You sense the human intention behind those actions. Someone did this. Someone decided. That realization invites empathy, reminding us that closures often come from hope or fear or both, rather than just from harsh control. In your own life, you might close a conversation abruptly or decide not to share a part of your story. The words you use, "I'd rather not say," or "that's off the table," carry a similar finality, masking a tender reason or a warm hope to keep things safe. Consider how losing a small object can teach us about closure. If you misplaced a precious locket, you might search all day, only to accept that it is gone. You tuck the memory of wearing it into a quiet corner of your mind, hoping it might turn up someday. Even if it never does, the space it once occupied in your life stays vacant, a gentle echo of the moment you first felt it slip away. The sealed entrance is like that vacant space. You see where the cave once began. You notice how the light dims. Beyond a certain point, there is a quiet echo of possibility, rooms uncharted, passages unwalked. That echo lingers in your mind as both invitation and reminder. Some doors close to keep us safe, and some remain closed to honor a story we cannot yet share. Our beliefs shape how we understand that collapsed doorway. If you trust that authorities act wisely, you might believe they sealed the entrance to protect both the cave and future explorers. If you feel cautious about those in power, you might believe they closed it to hide something that challenges accepted history. Each viewpoint is valid, and each shapes our sense of the canyon itself. We walk the same paths, yet see different shadows. In relationships, we encounter this too. When someone sets a boundary, our interpretation of their reasons can change how we feel about them. We might feel gratitude for their honesty or frustration at their distance. The sealed entrance asks us to sit with both respect and curiosity, acknowledging that we can honor someone's decision to close a door and still wonder what lies behind it. From a mental health perspective, the idea of a sealed entrance can mirror how we protect our own hearts. We might seal off a painful memory to avoid feeling hurt again. Over time, the memory hardens like rock, and we carry our emotions in other ways, sometimes without realizing it. And just like an explorer might find a weak point in the sealed wall, cracks that hint at something beneath, we might notice small cracks in our defenses. A fleeting memory, a sudden emotion, a dream that brings back a piece of what we thought was lost. In both cases, we face a choice. Keep the barrier in place for our safety, or gently clear a path to let the buried parts breathe. Both choices require kindness and care. Even AI encounters its own metaphorical sealed entrances. When a dataset has gaps, the AI cannot access certain patterns or examples. It might note an unknown category but cannot fill in the missing pieces. That gap shows how both humans and machines rely on access to information. When that access is blocked, whether by choice, oversight, or design, we all feel a gentle tug of absence. It reminds us that knowledge can be both protected and hidden, and that sometimes understanding requires a patient approach, gently sifting through clues until a path reopens. As the sun dips low and the canyon's colors deepen into soft hues of pink and gold, imagine standing once more at that sealed entrance. The fresh stones at your feet glow warmly in the fading light. You breathe calmly, feeling the hush of evening settle around you. In this quiet moment, you realize that the entrance may remain sealed for a reason we do not yet know. Perhaps one day it will be carefully reopened, or perhaps it will stay closed, a gentle testament to a story that still sleeps beneath the earth. Either way, you honor the choice that was made and carry its memory in your heart. You step back, leaving the seal intact, yet holding in your mind the warmth of possibility, a reminder that some doors may close forever, but the curiosity they spark can keep shining softly. If this reflection on a sealed entrance spoke to you, if you've ever held a memory of something closed off, please tap the like button and share your own experience in the comments. Those stories help us build a gentle circle of understanding, where we honor the hidden and celebrate the quiet wonder. And if you'd like to continue exploring calm mysteries like this, subscribe and tap the bell. We'll wander together where shadows and light meet, where closures and openings hold equal weight, and where our curiosity finds gentle paths into the heart of the unknown. Tonight, as you settle into rest, let the sealed entrance carry you into dreams. Feel the hush of the canyon in your chest, and imagine a soft breeze brushing past the hidden doorway. Know that even though the passage is closed, its story lives on in the spaces between our thoughts, whispering that wonder can thrive in the quiet, and that sometimes the best way to keep a secret is to hold it gently in the light of our curiosity.